Good evening and welcome to the Edina Planning Commission meeting of February 26, 2014. My name is Kevin Staunton. I'm the chair of the commission. Jackie, would you please call the roll?
Here.
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 Here. Thank you. Next up on the agenda is approval of the meeting agenda. I do have one proposed amendment to the meeting agenda. Karen Kurt, the Assistant City Manager, is here tonight to briefly speak with us about small area planning, and I'd like to insert her at the beginning. Did we talk about before or after community comment, Carrie? So right before community comment, so after approval of the consent agenda. Are there any other proposed amendments to this evening's meeting agenda? Hearing none, I would take a motion to approve the amended meeting agenda. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The meeting agenda is approved. Next up is approval of the consent agenda. The only item on the consent agenda this evening is the minutes of the regular meeting of the Edina Planning Commission for February 12, 2014. Any modifications, changes, additions to the minutes from February 12? Seeing none, I'd take a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
And a second? Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The meeting consent agenda is approved. So next up is Ms. Kurt. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Staunton, Commissioners. And I'm here just to make a 2-minute request. I know you've got a busy agenda tonight. But as you know, during the day, I'm Assistant City Manager, but at night I've been completing a master's degree in urban studies. And I am 4 credits away from having that finished. And my 4 credits are an independent study related to small area planning. And so for those credits, I'll be doing a small area plan template, which we can hopefully use here at the City of Edina. And I've already been getting valuable feedback from Commissioners Platter and Forrest. And to help us with creating that guidebook, I would like to do a survey, or I'm planning on doing a survey of you, as well as our City Council and our planning staff related to small area plans. And so I really wanted to come here today to plea for you to complete the survey. It'll go out later this week. It'll take about 15 minutes. I'll share the results back with you at a future meeting, and hopefully it'll provide some useful information and perhaps where we see if there are any significant differences, an opportunity for future dialogue.
Any questions for Ms. Kurt? I would just chime in that our 2014 work plan includes initiating a small area plan in the Wooddale Valley View area, and Commissioners Forrest and Platter have been kind enough to lead that effort, and they've been working with Karen on trying to put together a plan for that. And in the course of that, we've been talking about, are there things we can systematize that we can make regular and perhaps include in some of the documents we have so that future small area plans are following the same kind of pattern. So I think this is a nice piece to that, and we are lucky to be beneficiaries of your master's work to have a survey as part of that as well.
I hope it's a mutually beneficial partnership.
Great.
Thanks,
you. Karen. All right, next up on the agenda is community comment. This is the portion of the meeting where we invite comments from members of the public about items that are not on this evening's agenda. If you would like to share something with us, come up to one of the side podiums and state your name and address, and please share whatever thought you might have. We'd like to keep this to 3 minutes apiece, so anyone who's interested in sharing a comment during community comment, this would be the time. Not everyone at once. All right, seeing none, I'd take a motion to close community comment.
So moved. Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Next on the agenda is the public hearing section of the agenda, and the first item is a lot division and variance for Chris and Ann Hill, 5617 Wooddale Avenue in Edina. Chris.
Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission, the project is for a 7.86 front yard setback variance and a lot division request to accommodate a garage with a living space above addition to a home located at 5617 Wooddale. The property is located on the east side of Wooddale. It's highlighted in blue. Here's an aerial photograph just giving you an idea of the homes that are located along Wooddale on the east side. What you'll notice is that the homes that are directly north of the subject property are pretty much lined up and are closer to Wooddale than the subject home, which is a little bit further back. And then you'll notice that the homes going southward are staggered further and further back away from Wooddale Avenue. Here's a little closer view showing the homes lined up to the north, and then the staggering of the homes directly to the south. This is a photograph of the existing home. It's a two-story home with an attached single-stall garage with a living space above. This is the proposal. What they are proposing to do is they will retain that single-stall garage that is slightly, well, it's further back from the front face of the house. They would be adding a two-stall garage in front of the single-stall garage and then add living space above, which would attach and be incorporated with the existing living space on the second floor, and then also add a front entry porch in front of the front door. The homeowners are hoping to add on to the front and north side of the home to include a two-car garage addition with the living space. The request is for a lot line shift, and that's what the lot division portion of the application is for. This highlights the existing lot line, which is in green. The proposed lot line is in pink. It will actually move the north lot line 5 feet further north for a little over 71 feet, and then at the back corner of the new garage addition, it will then notch back to the original or existing north lot line. So you'll have this sort of odd notch shape to the lot division. The purpose of the lot division is to allow for enough side yard setback to conform to the ordinance requirements. You can see with the green highlighted existing lot line, they wouldn't have enough setback to accommodate that sidewall of the garage. And then going forward of the existing garage is the two-car garage addition that's highlighted in orange, and then in the darker gray is the second-story addition, both of which overlap the front yard setback, which is the bluish dashed line. It'll be going forward of the existing home, and then the porch will be even forward of that. The porch itself can overlap into the front yard setback area. The area that requires the variance for front yard is the garage and the living space above. A front yard setback variance is needed from the ordinance requirements to overlap into the front yard. The proposed plan does match the front yard setback of the home to the north. As you can see here, their intent was to line up with the home to the north. However, you can see that the front corner of the home to the south is further back than the front of the existing home, and the new addition will be, quite a bit further out than the existing corner of the home to the south. The zoning ordinance requires that all new homes and additions to existing homes maintain the average front yard setback of the homes on either side. That's why the blue line is sort of halfway between the home to the north and the one to the south. That would be the magic line that they would have to stay behind. This is the existing floor plans of the house. On this side is the main floor with the existing single-stall garage. To the north part of the house, and then above it you have living space. Both of those areas would remain in the plan. On the main floor you would have storage attached to the garage, and then also a new mudroom. And then above The area above that existing single-stall garage would be repurposed for a bathroom, closet area, and then a new master bedroom would be above the new two-car garage. These are the new elevations that are proposed for the home. The two on top really involve the lot division as well as the front yard setback, the lot division as it relates to the new addition of the garage to the north, and then also the front yard setback variance that's required for the garage addition that will overlap into the setback. Question, is the proposed development reasonable for the site? Staff does not believe the proposal is reasonable for the site. The proposed use is permitted in the single dwelling unit zoning district, complies with all the requirements with the exception of the setback along Wooddale Avenue. However, the north side yard setback is maintained only because there's been acquisition or proposed acquisition of additional property from the neighbor to the north. A variance from side yard setback would also be required without the lot line change. The proposed lot boundary shift adds 5 feet onto the subject property for an additional 71.5 feet of depth, with the north lot line then jogging back to the existing lot line, creating an odd-shaped lot or notch in the lot. The new north lot line will overlap a portion of a wood privacy fence that is actually on the neighbor's property to the north. It's unclear how the fence will be addressed between properties now with the lot line shift. The existing and proposed lots are non-conforming regarding the minimum width standard in the zoning ordinance of 75 feet, and they will remain that way given the lot line shift. Regarding the 500-foot radius that we typically look at for subdivisions, they also are non-conforming in terms of width and area. The ordinance requires a minimum two-car garage per single dwelling unit. However, it does not require a double-wide garage. The variance in lot line shift increases spacing between the subject home addition and the modified lot line. However, it decreases the setback between structures. The lot line shift and side yard setback is a way to meet the letter of the law by allowing the addition to comply with the ordinance. However, the design as proposed could not meet the front yard setback and still does require a variance. Minnesota state statutes and the Edina city ordinances require that the following conditions must be met in the affirmatively to relieve a practical difficulty. Staff believes the proposed variance and required lot division needed for the project is forcing an addition that is perhaps too large in the front yard area and imposes an undue burden on the adjacent property and streetscape. Are there circumstances that are unique to the property, not common to similarly zoned property and not self-created? The lot line adjustment and front yard setback as proposed are self-created and not as a result of circumstances uncommon to properties within the vicinity. Property to the north that is relinquishing property to the proponent has a single stall garage on their north side with no ability to widen it to a two-car garage given their existing north side yard setback unless they also were able to gain additional yard area. Will the variance alter the essential character of the neighborhood? Perhaps. The proposed project will introduce garage with living space above in the front yard area where none exists today. Staff recommends denial of the request for lot division and variance. The proposal does not meet the required standards for variance, and with that, staff will stop and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions? Commissioner Grable.
Chris, I don't understand. Well, what is the staff's objection if the neighbor's property and this property have reached an agreement with respect to the sale of a portion of that lot? How does that create a problem?
Well, the lot division doesn't stand alone. It's attached to the variance that's requested and required in order to add on to the garage. The lot division also creates an odd-shaped lot. You don't typically have a lot that jogs in that way. That would be the basis for objection.
Following up on that, Chris, does the adjustment of the lot line create a non-conforming side yard setback on the north property?
It does not. They do still have plenty of room.
So they're okay now. It's just you're pointing out if they were to try to expand from one to two-car garage, they'd have a problem.
Well, if you're trying to see if there are similar situations in the neighborhood, they're right next door. with the same situation.
Okay. One other question, you note that the width and the lot area are non-conforming. And I'm looking on page A8 of the packet, and there is it looks like it is part of a sea of 60-foot wide lots. Is the non-conforming because the gap in the middle has a lot of lots that are 75 feet or greater?
Probably, it casts a wider net.
So it's just it's the median. Is it the median or the mean?
It's the median.
Median of all of the lots within a 500-foot radius.
Correct. It's non-conforming for the basic zoning ordinance requirements of 75 feet in lot width, but so are quite a few, as you can see, that are highlighted in blue. So, I mean, they're both non-conforming. The house, the property, the subject property and the property to the north, they'll remain non-conforming.
Regardless of what happens. Okay. Other questions? Commissioner Scherer.
I want to follow up on that. It's non-conforming because it doesn't meet the 75-foot requirement, not because of the 500 radius.
Both. Because
Both.
the 500-foot radius, the 500-foot radius
Is that for the lot area?
requires a lot area. They would require a larger lot area and a larger lot width. They're okay with that.
So
All right.
we use the 70. We use the 500 foot for the lot area, and then 75 feet is the lot width.
There's a basic zoning ordinance requirement of 75 feet in width, 120 feet in depth, and 9,000 square feet. If this lot were to be a new lot that's been subdivided, we cast a 500-foot radius, and you have to have the width, depth, and area within that 500-foot radius. It does not meet the width or area within the 500-foot radius, which doesn't surprise me because if you do look at that A8,
The middle area has some
right,
bigger lots,
the net that you will cast will draw in a lot of those
Right.
properties to the. It will be non-conforming, and they're still they're currently non-conforming.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions? Commissioner Platter.
Hey, Chris, just kind of a hypothetical thing. So if they didn't purchase the land to the north and left it as is, what would be the distance, assuming they build this place, what would be the distance to the lot line? I guess I couldn't find it in there.
3 feet, about that? It's about 3 feet.
About 3 feet. So kind of going along with that, what would staff's position be if that was to come in for a variance for 3 feet versus having the jog here?
Well, we've currently had some ordinance updates and changes to the zoning ordinance, and I think with all of the work that's been done and the Planning Commission and Council being pretty firm on those changes, I wouldn't support that.
Okay, just checking. Thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Ocker? Commissioner Forrest.
You gave some examples of other odd-shaped lots in the area. What were the reasons for those lots being carved out?
I have no idea. I mean,
Some of them I can see.
yeah,
some of
there's
them
not a
because
lot
of
of
utility
history
lines or
on
something,
some of
but-
those, and a lot of them are towards the back of the lot line, so I have no idea.
Thanks.
Further questions? Thank you, Chris. The applicants are here. Would you like to come forward, introduce yourself, and tell us a little bit about your project? So if you're going to use the middle podium, you're going to need the handheld microphone. If you don't have anything to show on the overhead, it's easier to use the sides. And you could actually use
sides?
Yeah, you can use both sides simultaneously.
Perfect.
The newlywed dame here.
All right. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Jeff Nicholson. I am with Quarter Sawn Design Build and a Edina resident myself, and I've
Welcome,
been
Mr.
working with the
Nicholson.
Hills on the design of their project. And I guess I would like to start and address the staff report and take care of the overarching technical questions and items in that, and then let the Hills speak to their desire
Very
for the
good.
project. And
Welcome to all of you.
Thank you. So I guess, for starters, having been doing this a long time. I understand the uniqueness of a front yard setback, and have worked with homeowners for years in their quest and desire and pursuit of that. And I guess looking at the report, item 2 is where I'll start, and that is the simple answer that was given is no. And that is item
Just so
2.
that, Mr. Nicholson, just so we're all on the same page, are you talking about page 4 of the report?
Yep.
Item 2 of the analysis by staff?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And that is that the proposed variance will, are there circumstances that are unique to the property, not common to every similarly zoned property, and that are self-created. They're not self-created. And so this is where we disagree with the report considerably. Some of it's already been mentioned, but to kind of go through the list. One that Chris did bring up in the report, the Hills home is unique in that it sits next to 2 properties on Wooddale that are extremely unique on the entire stretch of Wooddale from 50th to Valley View. And that is, the address is at the 2 to the south there. They're the unique properties. They're extremely large and sit extremely far back. They're the exception, not the rule. The Hills also have an abnormally deep yard at 180 feet. That's one of only a handful on that stretch of Wooddale Avenue, and that's unique in that why they don't want to put a garage in their backyard or build a tandem. We'll address that here. Every home on the Hills block besides the 2 at the end, either the 2 at the end are non-conforming. So if you draw a line between any 2, the way they set back, every house is non-conforming from a front yard setback standpoint. So their home is not unique in that standpoint, but yet the block itself is unique, that every home steps back from the others. And they step back from 35 feet on the north end of the block all the way to 80 feet on the south end. Their house is also unique in that they sit 14 feet from their neighbor to their south. So the neighbor to the south with the 85-foot lot that sits 50-some feet back from the street, they only sit 14 feet away. What's really unique and what's allowed for them to pursue this lot division in this is that they sit 23 feet from the house to the north. The staff report brings up the house to the north that they have a single-car garage with no ability to widen to a 2-car garage given their existing north side yard setback unless they're able to gain additional yard area. Well, they don't have the ability to do a 2-car garage not only because of where the lot line sits, but they also have a neighbor's house 15 feet away. So regardless of where the lot line sits, they don't have that ability. The fact that the Hills have this additional space between their home and their neighbor's home to the north is what makes this property unique. This is an uncommon and unusual circumstance in Edina. That if you look at the way the lot is plotted, the 2 properties are plotted. There's 129 feet for these 2 houses. The north property, the house to the north is set 5 feet from its north property line. The Hills house is set just over 6 feet from their south property line. It creates this unusual extra 9 feet in the middle. And that's sort of where the whole idea was generated from, for this idea of, well, if you grab some of that space, does that allow for a 2-car garage to squeeze in here? And we understand it's squeezing. If you look at the size of the garage proposed, it's a minimum size 2-car garage. We're not really building it in front of the single-car garage. We're taking up as much of that space as we can before we run into existing house space. And then you look at the plan, it's a 2-car plus a little bit of storage, and we're taking a little bit of that space for a mudroom as well. In our view, it is a very unique lot and a very unique situation. Addressing number 1, does the proposed variance relieve a practical difficulty that prevents a reasonable use from complying with ordinance requirements? Reading from the staff report, practical difficulties include functional and aesthetic concerns. Bumping the garage to the front is being proposed entirely because of aesthetic concerns. The Kinnebergs to the north, who are willing to sell a portion of their property, are doing so entirely for aesthetic reasons. They don't want to see the Hills expand their garage to the backyard, blocking south light to their property. And even worse, neither party wants a driveway wrapped around the side of the house to either a detached or attached 2-car garage. That would be atypical of the neighborhood. These lots have these nice big backyards. Nobody's wants to see a garage put back there. So by putting it here in the front, it seems like the best possible solution for everybody, and that's why they have the support, such strong support from the neighbors, that their neighbors are willing to relinquish property in order to see the project go forward. And lastly, or addressing number 3, will the variance alter the essential character of the neighborhood? We disagree with the staff report there. 90% of the homes on the street of Wooddale between 50th and Valley View sit closer to the street than the Hills home. Many of them already feature a 2-car garage on the front. So the truth is, this isn't going to alter the essential character of the neighborhood. What it will do is help preserve that open space in the back that's so essential for the surrounding homes.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholson. The Hills, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I guess my name's Ann Hill, and I would just love to chime in on a little bit about our perspective around the house and what we're trying to accomplish with this. We've been talking about the house a lot, obviously, lately, and my husband and I were just sort of going down memory lane, remembering why we bought the house to begin with. It had been lived in by the same people for 40 years. We've been told by some, although I don't have a certificate to prove this, that our house, along with the Kinnenbergs, was one of the 2 original model homes in the neighborhood. So when we walked into this house, it clearly had not been updated in a very long time, and as handy as my husband is, we thought, we don't even know if we can take this on. But we walked into the backyard and said, turn right back around, this is our house. Because of what Jeff has stated in terms of the unique space that we've got, it's not just sort of our deep yard, it's that our neighbors behind us, the Kinnenbergs as well, we have actually even put gates up in between kind of our backyards so that our kids can just simply open them and run back and forth. And so it's something where we don't want to disrupt that space to such a degree that, like Jeff has stated, the Kinnenberg neighbors have graciously offered to help and sell us some of their property so that we can do this and make the home with today's functionality, right, in the least disruptive way we possibly can. So we've explored tandem. We painfully even looked at putting something in the backyard, but it's just not what's right for the property. And my fear, because of how much sort of blood, sweat, and tears we put into this house, is that someday it would be a tear down, and I couldn't imagine, because I always say I want to be buried in my backyard. But that's really what I think that we can do, is we can still keep the integrity and the overall feel of this 1951 Colonial's home with slightly modern updates. And Jeff's not kidding, we're putting the smallest possible garage. We say we're going to have to lose 10 pounds to squeeze in between the 2 cars, but we are simply trying to make this what we just keep saying is functional and just up with today's standards. So thank you for considering our plea here.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Mr. Hill, anything to add?
She was very eloquent.
Yeah,
in
I would
what
say.
She said. The 2 things that I will address is, in that house, it's a really deep property. Weekly, we get requests to sell the house to developers, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to tear it down. To the talk about the aesthetics, I actually think it's going to look a lot better. If you look at that grainy picture, it's the 1 car with a weird window in it. We really want to address that as well. And to address the jag and the property line, that's also my neighbor who are here as well, so they can maintain their backyard. We love our backyards. We want to maintain that, but they just want to do what's within the letter of the law, so we can get as much, updates in as small as property as we can. And that's really what we're trying to accomplish here, without putting a giant 2-car garage in the backyard, wrapping something around that just nobody wants. And I don't know if any of our neighbors, I know our neighbors to the south were also approve of it. I don't know if you got any letters or emails from any of them, but
we did.
It felt like the neighborhood was in accordance with what we were trying to accomplish, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. and Ms. Hill and Mr. Nicholson. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Kilberg.
I just have a question or a clarification that was brought up in the staff report. Maybe you can answer it. So there is an existing fence on the current lot line. Is that true for the entire north side of the lot?
In the back.
In the back.
Yes.
So it doesn't continue all the way to where the property line would be changing?
There is a part of the fence that we'll have to address, and we have there's a little cherry tree.
Okay.
So there's not much you can do anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
Our agreement with them was to leave the fence line where it was, but regardless, there's a tree there. So that, in essence, has to stay.
Okay, so with the new addition, there would be that 3 feet in between your new addition and the fence, right? Okay, so that's how much side yard would be there?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for the applicants? All right, thank you very much. Don't go far. We may have some questions. Oh, Commissioner Platter.
How big is the garage you're proposing? The interior and the door? It's one
19
door.
wide.
The interior dimensions are
Just big enough.
1911 by 20 feet 9, and then even in the one corner where we're not going into the existing house, there's a 2 foot by 4 foot section taken out of it, even there.
So it's 20 feet wide? Is that
Yep.
20 feet deep roughly?
Yep.
Further questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing, and so at this time we would invite any members of the public who have an interest in this project to come forward. Please state your name and address and share your thoughts on this application.
Hello, everybody. Doug Kinneberg at 5613 Wooddale Avenue. Good to be here. My wife Elizabeth and I are the Kinnebergs. I lived in the house to the north of the hills. We've moved in about 4 years ago for very similar experience that Ann described, where we walked into the backyard and I was sold at that point. There was considerably less snow at the time, though, of course, than there is right now. But I just wanted to state our support for this project plan. We believe that the plans, as it's been described and laid out, will significantly enhance the appearance of the neighborhood, of the Hills home, as well as enhance their living experience, of course. We in no way have any concerns about the proximity of the addition to our home or the space between our homes, or literally any concerns. We think that this is 100% positive to our neighborhood. So,
Mr. Kinneberg, can I just ask one question? I assume that that you prefer the location of the new garage to a location that would be in the rear instead? Of
the Hills garage, proposed garage, without question. As Ann described, the backyard is a wonderful fence with gates where our 2-year-old and their children open the gate and run back and forth like the neighborhood that we've dreamed of when we moved from downtown Minneapolis to a home with a yard. And a 20 by 20 or 24 by 20 garage in their backyard would significantly alter our experience, both from shade but also from view and livability. We're very blessed with a very deep backyard that with trees that block the neighbors' views. A garage back there, or even a tandem, would significantly change our experience in our house.
Okay.
Whereas on that side, where their proposed addition is, you don't even really see it from anywhere inside of our home. So it would impact us not at all.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Kinneberg.
Welcome.
Other members of the public? All right, seeing no further interest in public comment, I'd take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
And a second? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. And we'll bring it back to the commission discussion. Commissioner Grable.
A couple points on this. Where the two adjoining property owners agree, even if it's to meet the letter of the law on a side yard setback, I think meeting the letter of the law is not a bad thing. So I don't have a problem with the fact that they want to divide the lot this way. The parties have agreed to do that, and it does conform. If this house happened to be situated 2 blocks to the north, there would not be a problem with front yard setback because it would be conforming. The problem with this whole area is the fact that the houses to the south are so oddly placed on the lots. And it is those lots that are really out of the character of the neighborhood, not this one. So, I read the staff report and I respect what the staff does and the conclusions they reach, but I have a hard time finding that this is a problem, so.
Commissioner Scheer.
I concur with Commissioner Grable. I think if you look at page A7, to further that point, virtually every house for a number of blocks would sit still in conformation with this house after the addition, except for those few that are sitting extraordinarily far back in the lot, and they happen to be in their block. To the north, virtually every home would be at this setback going several blocks to the north. This proposal for an addition accomplishes a number of things that I find desirable as a commissioner. Number one, we avoid a tear down and any other ramifications of that. Number two, I do have to disagree with the staff. I think that this maintains the look and feel of the original home's facade and the neighborhood very nicely. If I know this area, I grew up in the area, and I drove those streets again today, and I would have no problem. I think it still fits with the character wonderfully even after the addition. As the other members of the commission know, it creates a two-car garage with some room to store a little extra gear, and that's on my hit parade of things that I like to see in the city of Edina. And it has additionally the support of the neighbors. In fact, I think it's a pretty creative solution to minimize the variance that's being requested, at least on the side yard setback. So I'm in favor of this proposal.
Other comments or questions, discussion? Commissioner Forrest.
The one thing I'm having difficulty with is the practical difficulty and circumstances that are unique to the property and that are not self-created because you're choosing to do this. This is not something that, and there are other homes like the one to the north that are in a similar situation as far as they have the open backyard and would, if they wanted to do the same thing, it would require the similar kind of solution. So that's the one I'm struggling with, if anybody wants to convince me of something in that area. But otherwise, I have no problem at all with the front yard setback variance. And as far as the lot division, I'd rather use a variance process on the side lot because the purpose of setbacks in general is to ensure the space between the buildings and ensure if we're not going to be doing that, then it's kind of like, why not just go the variance process instead and not goof around with the lot lines. But maybe that's my tidy little thing instead of garage storage. But so I guess if we were going to do that, but I would like some more convincing as to how it satisfies that not self-created aspect before I could support that.
Commissioner Grable.
It's not self-created because the lots to the south are so oddly placed. The houses to the lot.
The front yard. I'm talking side yard.
The side yard. Well, because the house was placed at that point on the lot. I don't know.
On the side. Well, I guess, my feeling on this, I think page A7 of the packet is very informative. If you look at the block to the north between West 56th and West 55th, those houses all pretty much line up similar. They address the street in a similar way. And this one, instead, you've got it all tailing off, and then in addition, you've got very different sized lots. So to me, the unique circumstance that's not created is that the lot was the house was sited on the lot in this way prior to the time that the applicants purchased the lot. And similarly, the structures on the neighboring properties were sited before that.
Can I respond to that part? I agree with you.
Just let me finish, and
okay,
then and for me, when I look at how the the resulting frontage works along Wooddale, I don't see a dramatic difference. And in fact, the property to the south, if you kind of look at the sight lines, hardly even sees the red portion, which is the addition. And when you combine that with the testimony we received from the neighbors to the north about the value of the rear of the property, I came in tonight thinking, you know, they're going to have to persuade me that they can't build the garage in the back in order to get the variance. And frankly, I'm persuaded by that, and I think that's what's dispositive. So, having completed my thoughts, Commissioner Forrest.
I'm sorry, I thought there was a break in the action there, so I apologize for interrupting. I totally agree with that. I have no problem with the front yard variance. I think that definitely satisfies that criteria. My issue is self-creating on the side yard by choosing to add on to the house.
But they're not asking for a variance for the side yard.
If they do this lot division. But then I got to that point because to me it just seems a little bit extreme to go changing lot lines when we're not accomplishing anything as far as increasing any distance between the homes or anything. We're just doing it on paper, basically. They're leaving the fence there and everything. And so it's kind of a major, so I'm not sure if that was the reason that they chose to do the lot line thing, was because the side yard variance wasn't as justifiable.
It is one of the reasons I asked Ms. Acker the question about whether the neighboring property would be conforming after the lot line and readjustment was exactly that. Certainly, I don't think we could create a non-conforming side yard setback on the next lot in order to create a non-variance on this lot. But as rearranged, both properties comply with the side yard setbacks, so I guess I don't have a problem with it.
I guess the one thing I would go for, that even though somebody may buy the house next door and put a huge 3-car detached garage in the backyard and mess up that whole scenario, on the other hand, I think that the livability of their backyards, and that's a big part of their experience and their next door neighbor's experience, is a good argument for me, and it can slide me a little bit into that unique circumstance aspect, I think. But I still think it's just messy, changing the lot line.
Commissioner Platter.
I was going to say, I know it's not exactly before us, but why make the lot shift if, I mean, would people be in favor of the side yard variance also? So at 3 or 4 feet versus going through all this land shifts? And at some point, are you going to, you know, what happens here, you end up with some weird lots. I mean, not that I like side yard setbacks this close, but there are now other non-conforming things within the city versus having to do all this land subdivision. Just a comment. I don't know if anyone else has anything.
So my thought on that is that I'm reluctant to step in the middle of massive agreement between the neighbors. This is what was brought to us, and my inclination, unless they're going to change things.
Is the right thing for the rest of the city long-term to have that?
Commissioner Fisher.
I mean, I think my response to that, at least my take on this, is I agree. You know, the neighbors got together and came up with a creative solution that meets the letter of the law. Now, whether or not we want a messy jog in a property line, it really comes down to how people manage their mowing, really. Other than that, you know, it's something that matters when you sell a property or whatever. But for me, in essence, what I think is happening when a neighbor sells, say, 5 feet of their property and it goes to the next neighbor, they're giving up 5 feet of development opportunity on their own structure, potentially, without a variance. And so if we just granted a variance and allowed this garage addition to get closer to the property, the neighbor to the north could do legally do whatever they're going to do, and then you're creating a situation where the two structures are closer than we are comfortable with. By doing it this way, it's going to come back to the Planning Commission and the City Council. If a future owner on the north side someday says, well, we want to add on, it's going to probably have to happen through variance because they have less property to do it on. And so, to me, if you're looking at what's right for the city, I like that idea because it's going to come back, you know, again, we don't know who owns these things 50 years from now or whatever, but it gives us that opportunity to judge whether that's a good idea or not.
Further discussion. Commissioner Grable.
The property owners have agreed, and they're within the letter of the law. I mean, it's hard to argue with that.
Commissioner Fisher.
There was a couple of, first of all, on the front yard.
Argue with the letter of the law?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying any more than that. The front yard setback, I agree with the comments that have been made. I think it's an unusual situation what's happening to the south. Clearly, this is not changing the character on this street one bit. And with that said, I just want to make a point that, you know, staff did exactly what staff should do. You know, you read it, they're reading the letter of the law. That's what they do. And it's really our job to kind of decide, does this make sense? Is that what we're following here, or is there a reason not to? And so everyone's doing their job tonight, so thank you. The issue of, so the front yard, I think, is fine. And the side yard, oh shoot, I had one more point I wanted to make about that. I'm going to have to ask for time later, probably. There was another point.
It'll come to you about
It will.
11
It's going to
tonight.
as soon as I hit this button.
Commissioner Forrest.
Question for staff. Is there any reason, policy, or ordinance that regarding jogging around with property lines of platted lots?
No.
I'd entertain a motion.
I'll move
Commissioner Grable.
I'll move approval of the request for the variance in the lot division.
Second?
Given that the staff recommendation was for denial, factual findings, as we've been discussing, do you care to elaborate on that?
Well,
a
the
little bit?
findings are that the lot division that the proposed addition and the action to be taken will be consistent with the neighborhood, that the front yard setback variance is justified because the abnormal conditions are not of the parties making, rather it's because of the abnormal, I don't want to say abnormal, the unusual situation of the lots to the south, that this property is in conformance with the balance of the street, and that it's appropriate to have two-car garages minimum in the city of Edina, and that the property to the north will not become thereby non-conforming with respect to its side yard setback variance.
All right, so we have a motion and a second, and we've bought Mr. Fisher enough time to remember what he was going to say.
I want to add one more finding, which is what I forgot earlier. The other finding is that if you look at page A8, this is what we see all the time, right? When we have these situations, this is the southerlymost lot that fits the character of every lot north in terms of size. And one of the staff reasons for not approving this is that, you know, it's non-conforming in size, when in fact that's being impacted by larger lots immediately south. So it's a very unusual circumstance, and I think that should be one of the findings.
Is
What he-
that
what he
acceptable?
said.
What he said. And to the secondary?
Put that in about 4 words. And you're
All
good.
right. Very good. Is there further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. You have your variance. I would just say in closing that as an owner of a 20-foot wide garage, Mr. Hill, I lost the battle, and I am on the right-hand side furthest from the door to the house. And that is a much more difficult place to get in and out of your vehicle, so. Do with it what you will. Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair, because there's the lot division attached to this, this is actually a recommendation to the City Council. So this would be heard
So you get another round
on March 18th.
by the City Council. Thank you for your thoughtful presentation. All right, next item on the agenda is preliminary rezoning, Pentagon Revival, Pentagon Office Park, Edina, Minnesota. Thank you for the heads up, Carrie.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Members of the Planning Commission, a site that you're all extremely familiar with. The roughly 43 acres south of the Fred Richards Golf Course, Pentagon Park. As many of you were on the Planning Commission back in 2007, 2008, there was an overall redevelopment or overall development plan that was approved for this site. The site got rezoned from office to mixed development district, and essentially the density was doubled. This was previously allowed at a 0.5 FAR, and it was increased to a 1.0 with this rezoning to the current zoning, which is MDD 6. So what that rezoning entitled development of this property up to 1.9 million square feet. Half of that was to be designated for non-residential. In this case, it was office and some limited retail. That was primarily on the tower site, as you see here, and a hotel that was proposed here. And the properties north of 77th, that was approved for senior housing. So it was to be a 50-50 mix of housing and non-residential office/retail. As part of that rezoning, an environmental impact or an environmental review was done, an alternative urban area-wide review, the AUAR. And what that did was take a look at development impacts in the area based on 4 development scenarios. The first scenario, and as you can see, the site that we're looking at this evening is located in the lighter blue area and the darker blue here. We expanded the AUAR to incorporate some of the additional commercial type uses on the site all the way over to France. But the first scenario was the existing comprehensive plan or zoning requirements at that time. Again, that was a 0.5 floor area ratio for the Pentagon Park site. The second alternative was the master plan that you saw that included the housing. The third alternative, which is closer to what you will be reviewing this evening, contemplates a lesser amount of housing, primarily retail on this site or retail office. The fourth scenario was more heavy on the housing side of it. So the proposal before you this evening is still within the parameters of the AUAR, and that AUAR was also updated this past summer. That went through the Planning Commission and Council process. So the development request before you this evening is somewhat similar in that we have a hotel still contemplated for the Pentagon Tower site with a couple of office buildings and parking structures. The main difference is the site that you saw the housing on is contemplated for non-residential uses, primarily office and some limited retail. So overall, what they're contemplating here is 1.4 million square feet of office, retail about 40,000 square feet, 250,000 square foot hotel, about 400 rooms, 6,400 parking structures, parking stalls within these structures. They're the contemplated in the orange, A through F on the diagram. And potentially the applicant, while they don't envision housing at this time for the site, don't want to eliminate that as a potential use in the future. So maybe as they develop, potentially it could happen on the far east side of the tower site. So they'd like to include that still for any use that would be allowed within the site. The likely first phase of development would be the hotel site and office, the tower site, assuming any approvals that are granted. So at build-out, the project would anticipate a new 77th Street reconstruction, the solid arrow here, potential green streets that would connect the development with the potential for a kind of a parkway that would be located along the Fred Richards Golf Course or whatever the public use of that space to the north would be. So it could potentially create a new and better access to the golf course. as well as some shared parking is contemplated here too, in amongst the use on the site and potentially the Fred Richards, whatever that use may be in the future. They're proposing a walkable development with sidewalk connections between the uses, including along the streets. Connections are contemplated here to the regional trail that's anticipated to go through the Fred Richards property. Generally in this location, that location hasn't been specifically set yet, but the idea is to provide connections to that trail with this development here. They're anticipating transit stops along 77th, trying to accommodate bike traffic to the site, again coming off the regional trail. They anticipate bike shower facilities within the development and have pledged to accommodate that. They're also asking for high-quality architecture. The parking structures would be integrated into that architecture. They're also suggesting podium height that we talk about a lot here in the comprehensive plan. No detail on that, but they are pledging to do that where appropriate, primarily along 77th, as we've talked about in the past, and along the Fred Richards Golf Course, and maybe even potentially the office site. They're also saying sustainable design is important too with the design of the buildings. So the request before the Planning Commission is a preliminary rezoning from that current zoning of MDD6 Mixed Development District to a PUD or a planned unit development and an overall development plan for the site. So this is a unique review here before the Planning Commission. Typically at this stage, it's a one-phase development where we have detailed building plans and a detailed site plan that's before you for consideration, and then again they would come back at a future for final approval. With this, we just have the concept, somewhat similar to what we did here with the project back in 2008. As you recall, with this project, we didn't have a specific, or the property owner didn't have a specific housing partner on board at that time. What they laid out was a potential for what they saw could happen. And again, they were just contemplating townhome type senior housing along the golf course and some 4-story structures. They did provide a little more detail that we see this evening, but nonetheless, the anticipation was once a senior housing partner was on board with the property owner, they would then come back in all likelihood with a completely different configuration. We did see some detail with the office buildings, but again, there were no specific approvals. The one piece that we did know about was the Aloft Hotel. You recall they actually did come back and get final approval for that. So somewhat similar, different from what we typically see with a one-phase development. Again, this is a multi-phase development that could occur over the next 10, 20, maybe even 30 years. So this is a multi-step development review process. This is the first step. This is a 3-vote item by the City Council. It's a preliminary rezoning and then the overall development plan. The next step, which also would require 3 votes, and this would be multiple second steps, so to speak. The applicant has indicated basically a 2-step process within that second step, if that's makes sense. But they're saying they'll come back with each follow-up phase with a sketch plan review to get review and comment of the specifics of the building, the site plan, get that feedback before they finalize their final rezoning to PUD and their final development plan. To again seek that additional input that we're not getting tonight with the specifics of what buildings would look like, et cetera. So the primary issue for consideration of the Planning Commission tonight is the PUD zoning appropriate, and are the conditions that we're suggesting here appropriate enough to ensure the goals and principles of the PUD district that are ultimately met. So what I'm going to do here to follow up is go through some of those goals and then talk about the conditions that are suggested in the staff report that would ensure that we meet those goals when they come back at the next step of the review process. So the first is in regard to sustainable design. This is one of those conditions that we've struggled with over the past few years, and how do we ensure sustainable design moving forward. And once the building is built, are we attaining those goals? So that might be something that we need to tweak here as we discuss this evening. But the language on page 14, number 17, that's the language that we've included in our recent developments. I believe this is primarily taken from the Byerly's approval, where they're stating that they will attempt to meet energy savings goal of 15% over the state energy code guidelines. Question is, how do we measure that? So maybe there's a measurement component along with that as well. But building designs shall be similar to and reasonably consistent with LEED standards. So the second PUD goal is pedestrian-oriented design, and the conditions 8 through 10 address those, where it's requiring any future proposals for final rezoning that connections have to be made from the south property to the north, which potentially we've seen the different variations of how that can happen. Again, depending on the future of the Fred Richards Golf Course, connection to the north to the south could be made through the Walsh Title site, potentially underneath. That's the ideal scenario as far as connections go. But we want to ensure that connections be made, whether it's the Fred Richards Golf Course stays or not. And again, pedestrian connections be made between the buildings, and crosswalks be marked when crossing streets. The third is more green space and stormwater. As you can see on the screen, there would be quite an increase in green space here compared to what's out there now. The 20% standard that was required of the previous development, we're anticipating probably much more than 20%, but that standard was just simply carried through from the last project. Fourth is in regard to podium height. As I touched on earlier, the condition that we're suggesting is number 16, that new buildings shall utilize podium height the podium height concept as defined in the comprehensive plan, if and where appropriate. So again, we can review at the next stage, and if that's not included, that could be reason for a denial of that final development plan. Again, ensuring that these things happen as we move forward. Next, enhanced architecture and parking ramps. Those are conditions 18 and 19, where we talk about all buildings have to be constructed of high-quality materials and architecture. Building materials shall be made of, but not limited to, high-quality brick, stone, precast concrete, and glass buildings. And no building shall contain aluminum or metal siding as a primary finish. And parking structures have to be designed and integrated to complement the architecture of the newly constructed buildings. Again, to ensure higher quality architecture. Requiring shared parking. Again, the potential for shared parking of the future public use or even the golf course. Again, but providing a new entrance potentially to the golf course or the public use. Integrated stormwater throughout the development. That would be number 13, where the majority of stormwater retention will be developed as an amenity and integrated into the overall development. Again, kind of that Centennial Lakes concept is using that stormwater as an amenity. Also requiring that public art be included as part of the development as well. That's, again, condition number 20. Some additional conditions that are listed. Want to highlight number 5 through 7, that the 77th Street improvements would be completed by the applicant when 100,000 square feet of development has been constructed, that the Parkway and Green Streets that are shown in the plans, and I'll just quickly show a couple of renderings that they've provided for 77th Street conception, that these basic concepts that the construction meet as proposed here. So again, that requirement would carry through with the conditions. In looking at the existing zoning and what's being required that's not currently required today, or above and beyond what's required today, there are two things. They're suggesting a 5-story height for the buildings along 77th Street. Again, the existing zoning is a 4-story maximum. The comprehensive plan allows up to 12. So it's still within the comprehensive plan, but that is an increase. And again, the biggest difference here is what I noted earlier is right now there's a 50-50 split requirement for housing and non-residential, and they're asking for no requirement there, just the same amount of gross square footage, but it potentially could be all office retail. A traffic study was done by WSB and Associates. Chuck Rickard is with us this evening as he is usually when he does the traffic studies for us. So he can answer any specifics about the staging of when when improvements are required to the roadways and the ramps. Again, that would be monitored as we go through the project. The different phases of development, we'd examine the traffic again at each phase to determine when some of those things are required. WSB also did the AUAR, so if there's any questions in regard to the environmental review, Chuck can answer those as well. So with that, I will stop there and answer any questions that you have, but staff is recommending approval subject to the findings and conditions that are in the staff report.
Thank you, Kerry. Questions for Mr. Teague? Commissioner Platter.
Gary, a couple of quick questions for you. First one may be a technicality, but should we be using living streets versus green streets in here? That's what the city will be adopting.
We can
So
certainly make that
consistent with
change,
that.
sure.
And then I guess I'm trying to understand what we're supposed to approve tonight. There's no site plan here. I mean, normally these would come in with at least some basic information, and there's a lot of conditions, a lot of written stuff, but we're not seeing anything. So I'm trying to understand what exactly we would approve. And then along with that, with the PUD, if the preliminary PUD is set and there's no housing in it, how would you get housing back in the final PUD? Or is that even an option?
Well, it is an option. Let me start with the first one. This is different from any other project that we typically see here. We do have the specific building plans, the site plan, but with a multi-phase development like this, and the applicant hasn't developed a specific plan for any of the sites, it's, again, similar to that project that we reviewed for this site back in 2007, 2008, where we didn't have that detail. It's the big concepts, and that's where the conditions here, should this be approved, they're the key here to make sure that we are getting what we want as part of the PUD, our goals and intentions. So the conditions are what's most important here. Again, if the Planning Commission's not comfortable with we don't have enough detail, that's your prerogative certainly to pass on a recommendation for denial to the council that you need more information before you're ready to move on with the PUD approval here.
Yeah, I just look at something, high quality architecture. I'm not sure what that means.
Right, that's where I put in some of
compared to what?
Yeah, that's very subjective.
And there's a lot of subjective things in here with nothing, in my opinion, nothing to substantiate it, or what do we get out of this, I guess. Just my 2 cents.
Couple of questions, Carrie. What is the shelf life on a preliminary rezoning approval? So, and to spin it out a little bit, obviously this is a big property. You talked in your presentation about the fact that it might take 10, 20, 30 years. 25 years from now, can they come back and say, well, we've got a preliminary rezoning and now we're going for final rezoning for a portion of it?
Yeah, the preliminary rezoning would, if they don't come back for a final, that would expire after a year.
After a year. So would that apply to phases that were not commenced within a year and there'd have to be a preliminary again?
Well, the thought here is how this would work would be if this overall approval or preliminary approval is granted, when they come back for their first phase, it might be the tower site here, the idea would be to rezone the entire site then with the MDD. Hopefully we'll have a little more detail on that area, but the idea is, I guess we could do it a couple of ways. We could just do PUD on this site here and make sure all of those, just rezone this piece here and not do final rezoning of the separated piece here.
Well, and I realize there's not an easy answer. I see Mr. Tankinoff in the back listening to the question. Give him a little time to think about that before he comes up and and suggests how he's thinking about that as well. Other questions for Carrie? Commissioner Carr.
So if, one of the proposals is that the preliminary plan be adopted with no residential versus the current standards, city standards. The proposed PUD is for no residential uses.
That's what the site plan shows.
That's
that
what the
they're,
site
that they're
plan
showing
shows.
here. We're anticipating that it would be an allowed use. But being this is a PUD and we're writing the standards for it, if you feel strongly about the housing, you could put a percentage in. Maybe it's 75% of the square footage is the office retail type component, and 25% has to be housing.
And if you did something like that, but I know that the developer doesn't know exactly what's going to happen, and it sounds like this is going to all happen over a period of time. But let's say we did put that in there, and later on, circumstances changed, and maybe housing was a viable option or wasn't. Could they come back in and ask for a change in this? How would that work?
They could. It would be a rezoning or
It would be a rezoning.
even an ordinance amendment to the PUD, whatever the number is or the name that we assign to it. It could be an amendment to that zoning ordinance.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Grable.
Carrie, it seems to me what we're asked to do here is to allow the developer to begin his process with some kind of certainty that the city, yes, does agree that this needs to be redeveloped in this general way. Your suggestion is that the southwest corner possibly we tackle that as a separate, at some point we tackle that as a specific item as opposed from that north of 77th. I would presume, and maybe the developer can address this when they come up, that this project will move from generally the southwest to the northeast over a period of years, and by the time they get to the far northeastern part, it might be that the market is demanding a particular kind of housing as opposed to what we might think today, and I think the developer would probably like the kind of flexibility over the long term to be able to adjust things to meet the market demand. Is that kind of, am I seeing this thing correctly?
I think you're seeing it correctly, yes.
Commissioner Forrest.
Procedurally, maybe you can clarify for me and for anybody else who may have this question. When we rezone a property, do we typically have preliminary and final process?
We do always, yep.
Always. Okay, so whether it's a residential or commercial or anything, there's going to be a preliminary and a final rezoning?
If it's a rezoning, it's a two-step process.
Okay, good.
Right.
And so it's not because it's attached to any particular building project?
Correct.
Okay. And I think I had one other one. Because we're using this MDD6 now in the comprehensive plan, does it say specifically MDD6, or does it say we are planning for mixed-use development on this property?
The zoning designation currently is MDD6.
The zoning is, but in the comp plan, how's it referred to?
It's office residential.
So it's just those words. It's not a particular zoning code.
Yep.
Because we used MDD6 standards for everything to compare to in the report, and in reality, we're doing more of a PCD type proposal, it seems like. And so, it's kind of apples to oranges to me in that. But on the other hand, with a PUD, we can do whatever once it's rezoned, as long as it is some time of mixed office and residential. We can put any, whether it's signage or lighting or whatever standards
Right.
on there. Okay. Thank you.
And just to be clear, our ordinance calls for submissions at the preliminary rezoning stage that include a site plan, include a lighting plan, include a landscaping plan, include a drainage and grading plan,
Building
signage
elevations.
plan, and those are not things that are before us today. And I understand there's some good arguments for why not, and Mr. Tankinoff, I'm sure, will make those. But I just, in terms of the commission, we're being asked to kind of depart from what we normally see in terms of submissions.
Yes.
Further questions? Commissioner Fisher.
Well, I don't know if it's what I read in the packet or what we talked about at the last meeting, because there have been a number of discussions on this, and I know, and maybe it was at the last meeting we talked about that what's driving, and maybe, Mr. Tankinoff can probably speak to this, but the unusual nature of it's the size of this and the long sort of timing that's required, the multiple phases can be required, makes this unique. But it's also the fact, because we've dealt with this a number of times as sketch plan review, but there's nothing binding on our part. So I thought it was maybe at the last meeting they were talking about needing to make decisions on the current property and tenants and all that, and still being able to they have to go out and get future partners, whether it's tenants or development partners. And the only way you can do that is have some level of certainty. So I'm assuming that's why it's here in this form. And yet, if you don't have any of those yet, it's hard to actually design something with any specificity, which is a bit of an anomaly, I would think, for this property. So one thing I think we want to be careful of is that we're not, we do have a process, and normally, you do a sketch plan, we all nod affirmatively, then you come in with the preliminary design plan, and we say, okay, that looks really good, and then you go out and it comes back in a couple months and it starts building it. I don't think that can happen here based on everything we've heard. So, but I think we should be clear wherever we go with this tonight that this isn't the new way we're doing PUDs, right? I mean, that there's something unique that's happening here if we're comfortable with it, that's the size and the duration and everything else, that we're probably not going to see a lot of this kind of project in Edina.
The other observation I would make is that, the fact that we're talking about a preliminary rezoning request for PUD is a little different than your garden variety preliminary rezoning, where you're, say, asking to change it from commercial to residential. I mean, then you know what it's going to be. It's going to be residential, and then there's a whole set of regulations that are going to govern the height and the bulk and the setback and all those kinds of things. Whereas the PUD is really very specific. We would be approving exactly what's built, et cetera, at the final stage. So, Commissioner Forrest.
Yeah, I'm also struggling with the appropriateness of using this approach. I'm wondering if instead there could be some type of memorandum of understanding regarding the concepts and conditions that are in here, that we agree to that, but it's not the final PUD, which is usually a negotiation on details, as you said. I mean, there's nothing, that isn't necessarily, it's not in the rezoning ordinance, and it wouldn't be rezoned yet, but if there's an understanding that this is what the city has agreed to, maybe there's another approach, and then we can...
So I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. We're just kind of in the stage of asking Carrie to kind of elaborate, and I wanted to set the table so that we're all on the same page as we're listening to the applicant and to comments from the public, and I think then when we get to the council or the commission discussion...
If Mr. Teague had any comment on our ability to do something like that.
I think it is. It would be adding something to those conditions that maybe that we've already got listed.
And give the owner or the developer something concrete as far as what they can afford.
That's our goal here, yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Carrie. Mr. Tankinoff. Good to see you again. You're almost a member of the commission now. You've been here often.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I'm Scott Tankinoff. Thank you again for hosting us. It seems like only yesterday that we were here in November, in December, and I think in January. So thank you. I have some prepared remarks which I think will help go to answer some of the questions. So what I'd like to do is go through them and then follow back up if and whatever's been missed. So
Perfect.
thank you. There has not been a project like Pentagon Park in Edina since Centennial Lakes. And there hasn't been a project of its complexity, its size, or a situation where one landowner was able to assemble such a project and have the experience, the financial capabilities and capacities, and the desire to turn the blighted collection of very dated buildings into an active, pedestrian-friendly development that we all can be very proud of. It's a unique property that's in your city, 42 acres of blighted, challenged buildings. We're embarking on an approximately $500 million project, which really is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to create a project that we believe can be of the caliber and tradition of Centennial Lakes and Normandale Lakes. That's what the goal is. That's what the effort is. We've mentioned many times that we need certainty in order to have an effective product to be able to secure potential users. In today's marketplace, space users of all size and all shapes, they need certainty. They need to know that they can get to a place in a short period of time. The days of long lead times, like when Best Buy built, those days are gone right now. Those days do not exist today. And those users, they need to know that a project has certainty and that only approvals are needed, and the only approvals that are needed are going to be final approvals and requisite building permits. So them being able to have a certainty is also very important. A potential or possible project, if we can obtain necessary approvals, just simply is not going to work here. The project's too complex, it's too difficult, that's just not going to work in the end. Prospects are not going to spend their time on that, on possibilities or potential. We need more certainty. Collectively, we need that. That's why we need a preliminary PUD and development plan approval, and based on the application that we submitted before March 19th, which is just right around the corner, so that we have that certainty on the main discretionary zoning and land use issues, the densities, and the building heights. That's essentially what we're seeking tonight. And again, this has been an 18-month process, and really in earnest, it's been about a 12-month process that we have been working hard on what should this project be, what does the community think it should be, what do not only the Plan Commission, other elected officials, staff, people within the community, what do they think it should be? There's been a lot of discussion about what is it. What it is has not really been pleasant or pleasantly received within the community, certainly. And I think we are on the edge of getting to something of what everybody wants to see, something that's great, something that is commensurate with what this community is all about and what the standards of what the community is also about. We do understand that the Planning Commission has requested more detail, and we submitted a very lengthy narrative of the project with our application, much of which identified certain deliverables that we will discuss tonight, along with the inclusion of 6 principles of redevelopment that we previously presented and again are going to walk through. And because this is a purely market-driven, multi-phase project that may take 10 or 15 years or more to redevelop, we're still simply not in a position to show you elevations. And I want to make a comment about that. We have made a big point, I have personally made a big point. I'm in a very dysfunctional peer group, and I think everybody can laugh and agree that developers are usually big promisers, big smoke blowers. They have a lot of flash paper maybe in there, that they throw around. We are not going to overpromise and underdeliver. We're not going to do it. That's not what our company's been based on. That's not why we've had 3 generations of success in our company. We're not going to do that. If I were to stand before you today, if I were to ask my team, who is here as well, to try to put an elevation out, they would be completely guessing. They would be guessing. And the fact of the matter is we need to go out to seek that information and then bring that back through all the proper approvals at that time. But we do need some certainty. So that's why we are not standing before you with elevations that candidly would be wrong. They just would never be correct. There's no way. We are, however, in position to first of all tell you that we agree with the conditions that Carrie has provided within a staff report. We agree that the project will include infrastructure improvements that, again, we're going to lay out this evening. We agree that the project will include, where applicable, the 6 principles that Bob Close and Tom Whitlock of Damon Farber & Associates are going to review again for you in a few minutes. We believe that the project will remedy the decades of mismanaged property by revitalizing this key area of the city to the level of Centennial Lakes and Normandale Lakes quality. That level, Normandale Lakes and Centennial Lakes quality, those features will be based on those features, and that will happen regardless of what happens with the Fred Richards facility of that golf property, the city's owned property, which should remain owned by the city. One way or the other, we will have a project that can have those qualities regardless of what happens with Fred Richards. Each and every phase of the project will be consistent with the preliminary, with the PUD, the preliminary PUD, and the preliminary development plan approval, which contains many conditions and many obligations onto us. Each phase has to be consistent with it. Otherwise, we have nothing. We will not get approval. We are committed that for each phase of the multi-phase project, we will not only seek and obtain as required final PUD and final redevelopment plan approval, we will also submit for sketch plan for each phase and present updates to the Planning Commission and the City Council upon request. So if there's a request of whatever it is that we're working on, we will come see you. We will come see you if you wish quarterly. If we have a project that's going forward, we will come see you. Communication lines are open. We understand that the Planning Commission and the City Council have the right to review and approve all architectural renderings for each and every phase. If all goes well, we all are going to share in the success and in the glory of a $500 million project at a place right now that isn't functioning very well and hasn't functioned very well for 20 plus years. So in talking about what certainty will be provided, there have been a couple of comments that have made about, not to a certain extent, what does the city get? And I think it's important that we talk about that for a moment. It's important to reiterate that the density, the height, and the land use is consistent with the current MDD6 zoning, the existing code, except for really two things. One, the 5-story instead of the 4-story, which is north of 77th Street. And two, the commercial office density, instead of it being 50% housing and 50% residential, we're asking that it be consistent throughout, that 100% of it could be commercial. The comp plan does allow for 12 stories throughout the project, and the guide plan and the EUAR also allow for more density. However, we do want you to be aware that if we do ask on the South Tower site for more than 12 stories, that request would require, as you know, a comp guide plan change. It would be necessitated by a hotel user. And candidly, any such request is 100% up to the discretion of the city. So if there is a hotel user that has a really good plan that we think is worthy and we bring it forward, it will be up to the city. We realize we are not asking you for an arbitrary height at this point because candidly, it's the same answer. We do not know. We simply do not know what the height could be. We think the 12 is consistent. It was certainly consistent before, and we think that that's the appropriate thing to do, but I did not, and I will not come back and say, gee, it wasn't foreseeable that we may need more than 12 stories on that particular site. It's more genuine. I think it's more honest to say there's a possibility, but it's not our decision. It would be in your hands, and I accept that. I think it's even more important to also reiterate that the preliminary PUD and density plans, if approved, are conditioned, as conditioned by the staff report, are also going to provide the city with a lot more, much more than what's required if we continued under the current MDD6. Let me give you some examples of what that would be. The city will receive meaningful infrastructure, a 77th Street improvement and upgrade with new green spaces, sidewalks, treescapes, boulevard, and other physical improvements, upgraded transit stations, a commuter bicycle and storage facility, which will include a bicycle maintenance area, all that at a cost of more than $3 million. When we talk about a bicycle storage area, to some people that might mean a bike rack and a single stall shower. That is not what we're talking about here. We're talking about making real inroads into alternative transit in an area that we do not have light rail capabilities. And likely in my lifetime, there's not going to be light rail here. So what do we do to address alternative transit? We get serious about bike transit. We get really serious about it. And what we do is we actually put in infrastructure that people want to use. We put in indoor lockers where people can lock up a $20,000 bike or a $200 Schwinn. That's what you do. You put your money where your mouth is, you get serious about it, you embrace it, and you also make it possible so that when people get off of the 9 Mile Creek Regional Trail, when people are able to enjoy that amenity, they can stop at a retail building, they can pull out their credit card, they can eat, they can keep their bike in a safe area, but they also know that they're welcome in that kind of an area. And so from my standpoint, we have to build a facility that's going to be able to house a number of bikes as well as provide for shower facilities for a number of people that will be utilizing Pentagon Park. Otherwise, we're not very serious about alternative transit. In addition, there's further commitments that we've also made to other infrastructure. The installation of a parkway, depending upon if or how Fred Richards' property is repurposed, or if it's repurposed. Installation of stormwater and water features and a bridge, depending upon if, again, and how Fred Richards may or may not be repurposed. Installation of park lawn, green space, sidewalks, treescape, and boulevard on park lawn, and other physical improvements, and the installation of public infrastructure that should end up being a catalyst for the market, for mixed use and for retail, with densities and amenities that are, again, going to be consistent with what we've talked about in the PUD. We are strongly considering residential uses. I have heard what a lot of the commissioners have said. I've heard what a number of the city council people have said. I've heard what Carrie has said. A lot of people have talked about housing. And I think that housing is something that we are serious about doing. I do not believe that it is feasible in the first initial couple of phases at least. And my thought on that is that we need some real infrastructure to go into place. I don't think this should just be a piece of land that you build a building on. I think we need to be able to tie into the regional trail, which is going to happen. I think we need to be able to figure out where the housing should go. I personally don't believe it's going to be on the South Tower site. I think it's going to be further north and further east as other parts of the project take hold. We need some time to be able to figure that out, but candidly, it can't just be a building with a parking lot. With all due respect, you got that at the Burgundy. I don't think that that's what this should be about. This shouldn't be about a building. This should be about a lifestyle. This should be about something that is bigger and better than just a single piece of building. We understand that members of the Planning Commission have asked to see more detail, especially the relationships between pedestrians and the buildings on the north parcels. Again, we're not really able to present that detail right now because we don't know what it is, but we are committed to that. We understand podium height is important. It's important to your city. It's been implemented into your comp plan. We get it. We respect it. We're committed to it as appropriate. We're going to continue to refine details provided on the 77th Streetscape in order to illustrate that we're committed to the project and to make sure it's a more pedestrian-friendly. We're committed to show our tie to the Fred Richards golf property if the city elects to change its use or if the city elects to keep it the same. Either way, we think the pedestrian connections are key and they're critical. At the initial stage, it's just simply not possible or realistic for any of the details. However, it's expected that the details will be provided at such time that we bring something forward on an individual phase for sketch plan review. At that time, we're going to have some details. We're going to have some specifics. And that's where we're looking forward to having that conversation. We do need the preliminary approval at the March 18th City Council meeting so that we know the uses, the heights, and the densities that would be allowed for the project. We're willing to proceed ahead with moving and relocating many of our existing tenants based on the preliminary approval, even though the approvals are not finalized. And they're not going to be finalized until we've submitted for final development approval and PUD ordinance if it's been adopted. So we are willing to take some risk, and we will take some risk, but there's also a point to where we can't continue to hope that all the pieces come together. It has been 20-some years that this property has been doing a death spiral, for lack of a better term. We've got all the pieces together now. But the fact of the matter is, if we don't keep them together now and if we don't move forward, it will hit the ground. Not all the pieces will shatter, but a couple of them will shatter, and I don't believe I can put them back together again. It took a lot of triage to get to this point. And That's what we're good at. We are very good at taking dysfunctional properties and figuring out what to do with them. We're at a point that we have to make a decision to go or not go. The preliminary approval will have more than sufficient project detail, procedural conditions, and goals and standards to guide and define what is required in the final development plan for each and every phase. If the property were to remain in its current MDD6 zoning, architectural detail would also have to be reviewed and approved. This is a logical approach with many advantages for both the city and the project. So a couple of additional comments. Why a PUD? Again, Carrie did, I thought, a very nice job of laying out the satisfaction of the PUD standards and why Pentagon is a great project and a great candidate for a PUD. None of the current PUDs in the city of Edina include the amenities that we're proposing. In return, we're asking for the flexibility that a PUD provides the city and the project. Our proposal is laid out in detail in our applications and summarized by Carrie tonight is a result of over a year of intake, including a number of meetings with city staff, elected officials, 2 neighborhood meetings that we hosted, multiple work sessions, sketch plan reviews before the Planning Commission and the City Council. The risk reward is properly weighted, and it's properly weighted because we really have to take significantly more risk than the city, notwithstanding the lack of architectural detail. We are willing to include a number of items that I mentioned before, and that will be discussed in a little bit further detail, and for the most part, they're included as PUD conditions, but they're not required by MDD6. To touch on some of those, a higher percentage of green space, including water and ponding areas than what's required by code. Stormwater management, a majority to be an amenity, not a pond, but an amenity that can be used for recreation, can be used for people to run, recreate, do what they will around it. Stormwater retention and clarification treatments to current standards. And by current standards, I don't mean what exists at Pentagon Park today, which is a surface parking lot with runoff. Meaningful and real advocacy and encouragement of bicycle and pedestrian transit. We're going to provide more than an outside bike rack. Provide at least 2 upgraded transit shelters. 77th Street upgraded consistent with the November 6, 2013 plans and details once 100,000 square feet or more of new development is in process or completed. The 76th Street Green Parkway and we'll call them living streets instead of green streets, north and south, once 85% of Pentagon's Park's new development is constructed or in process. Upgrade of Park Lawn once 85% of Pentagon Park's new development is in construction or in process. Design similar and consistent with LEED standards, and that's to be determined. We obviously need more content and more understanding of, again, where the architectural detail will go. Consideration of solar, especially on the buildings north of 77th. Upgrade of streets, upgrade of pedestrian access, and upgrade of the south parcel once construction on the south parcel is 85% in process or completed. So I want to touch on really one more set of items here. There were a number of questions the multiple times that we came in for sketch plan and other times in front of you as a group. So I wanted to touch on some of those questions. We've been keeping a running list, and I'm anticipating there'll be a running list hopefully for many, many years. Many of the commissioners raised the question about raised directly as to the mix of uses and the desire for evening activity. We have and will commit to seriously look at housing and housing components for the project. Again, as mentioned, I think they're a little bit later in the phasing. Housing needs to work in the marketplace if there is going to be housing. The infrastructure needs to be installed before housing will be viable. The long-term use of Richards truly needs to be determined. And with that determined and with that use open and operating, we can then have a much better idea of what housing should be. Again, that's something that is not our decision to make. The first couple phases of the project really need to be completed to see how housing will fit in, and housing would be a later phase, most likely in the north and east portion of the project. Again, we've covered a lot of that. Which end of the project is the front door? I believe, Commissioner Potts, you asked that question a month or two ago. And we believe that 77th Street is the front door to the project. And we believe it's the front door to the entire district, especially Pentagon Park. It's the common thread that knits all of the properties together. In addition, the new bridge and underpass would provide a significant gateway from Highway 100 along 77th, and it has the potential to become an iconic piece of public infrastructure. We need a mix of uses, including housing, to keep the project vibrant at night. I believe Commissioner Potts raised this point also at the sketch plan meeting before. With or without housing in the mix, the project will provide vibrant daytime activity, and it's our intention to bring commercial restaurant-type users to the project and help maintain and promote vibrancy at the project and also into the evening. Stormwater as an amenity will draw people to the site day and evening. Any repurposing of Fred Richards could certainly add to the after-hours activity. Again, remains to be seen. There was a question about describing sequencing, which I believe, Chair Staunton, you had raised that question before. Assuming that we receive preliminary development plan and PUD and TIF approvals from the city and grant funding that we've requested recently through deed, we intend to start demolition, lead-based paint, and asbestos abatement on the South Tower buildings this summer. I'd like to say this spring, but it probably would be this summer. We'll start targeting marketing efforts upon receipt of the approvals. We will start promoting this project immediately out of the chute. Once we have sufficient users for the South Tower site, we will proceed with development for the site. We will install 77th no later than the 100,000 square feet of space has been constructed. We will proceed with the demolition of the Walsh Title building within approximately 18 months of operation of a new use of Fred Richards, or if the uses were to change. The remaining phases of the project are also market-driven, and infrastructure will be completed as certain percentages of the project would be performed, all of which, again, would be included within the TIF development agreement. There was a question about what are the differences between the schemes, which, again, I believe, Chair Staunton, you had asked that question. Tom and Bob are going to go into the different variations of those two different plans. All the concepts share numerous consistencies, and it's primarily the differences are circulation and road networks that are a little bit different between the two plans. Chair Staunton, you asked another question. If I work here, where do I go to lunch? We plan approximately 40,000 square feet of retail with commercial retail restaurants. We believe that these will cater for, again, daytime office use, medical use, as well as people that are looking to go and get a bite to eat in the evening. Commercial users should be drawn and should find the pedestrian-friendly project and the features extremely exciting, and we think that's going to draw people from outside the district as well. It's certainly going to serve people, bicyclers, runners, walkers, and anyone using the 9 Mile Creek Regional Trail. One of the things that we have looked very seriously at and we are not interested in doing, I do not believe that you need another grocery store at this particular site. I don't believe that you need a Walgreens, a CVS, or something that would employ those types of structures. I don't think that that is what's appropriate here. That's a choice. It's a choice that has a financial repercussion. It's the right choice. It's the right choice to make. This is not a CVS, with all due respect. Commissioner Forrest, you had raised a question about how about creative components. I believe if you take a look at the different options we presented, including several creative components, including the stormwater as amenity, the 6 principles that we've highlighted, were applicable. This is going to set this project apart from everything else that's happened in Edina, certainly over the last 20-plus years since Centennial Lakes. We will focus on creative and high-quality architectural features that will take more shape when we have users and in further plans and further phases. So the final thing I'd like to touch on is I'd like to talk a little bit about the Fred Richards Golf Course, because there's been a lot of talk and there's been a lot that has very recently been written and submitted on this particular piece of property. We understand that City Council will be reviewing whether or not to shut the Fred Richards Golf Facility, the golf course, on March 4th at its meeting. As we stated to staff, the Planning Commission, the City Council, and our neighborhood meeting, we have no input in the city decision, as it is a decision that the city and only the city can make. So to you, to everybody that's on TV, to everybody that's in the audience, we do not own the Fred Richards Golf Facility. We do not control its destiny. It is not our property. Just to be clear. Contrary to a letter that was recently submitted to the Sun-Times, we have never requested or demanded that the Fred Richards property be repurposed. We have never done that. I will never do that. Has not happened. I believe that we have no right, we have no standing to suggest what the city should do with that property. The Fred Richards property is an Edina city resource. It is a city of Edina decision. While the decision on the future of the golf course impacts our project, we will proceed either way. If we secure the approvals, we are going to proceed either way, with or without Fred Richards remaining a golf facility or another public use that the community and its leaders determine. As you may know, a few days ago, the city was served with a petition for completion of an EAW for the project, this project, and any future change to the Fred Richards property. While the city's administrative staff and legal counsel will confirm, this petition is flawed, and it does not impact or affect the PUD process for many, many reasons. And I'm going to list some of these. The AUAR, which was updated and officially adopted by the City of Edina on September 3rd, 2013, more than adequately addresses the potential environmental impacts raised in the petition. The petition alleges that the AUAR did not cover Fred Richards and therefore an EAW is needed because the project includes our property and the golf course. This is simply not true. We are here for one property and one property only, and we're here to talk about a PUD for the property we own. We do not own the Fred Richards golf property. The citizens do. The AUAR is a comprehensive environmental review of the impact of Pentagon Park and what the redevelopment may have. In a petition, the citizens take issue with the AUAR because it not only covers those impacts arising from the projects. As stated, the two projects, if one were even to call the city's decision to close or not close the Fred Richards property a project, if you could call it a project, they are not connected or related. The AUAR only analyzed the impact of Pentagon Park and the redevelopment of Pentagon Park because it is the only project that we're undertaking. There was further issues taken with the age of the AUAR, citing an Edina memo that mentions the AUAR should be updated. In the same memo, it also states that an update to the AUAR is currently underway. As you're aware, the AUAR was updated and it was adopted and received on September, I believe, 3rd, 2013. Pentagon Revival, the petition was actually delivered to Hillcrest, is not even a project proposer for the conversion of Fred Richards golf course. Proposer is defined in the regulations to mean the person or governmental unit that proposes to undertake or direct others to undertake the project. Pentagon Revival has not taken any steps to undertake or direct others to undertake the conversion of Fred Richards and is not a proposer under the regulations. There is no proposed project that encompasses both Pentagon Park and the Fred Richards property. The citizens' petition for the environmental review stands on faulty presupposition that Pentagon Park's redevelopment is somehow dependent on it, in conjunction with it, or connected with the city plans for Fred Richards golf course. There was an assertion made because if this was true, the total project area for both Pentagon Park and Fred Richards would exceed 80 acres. Thus, there would be a threshold for a mandatory EAW. Again, this is simply not the case. Pentagon Park and Richards are not connected and cumulative. The assertion otherwise is false. I guess the best way of saying this is I can appreciate that this is a tough issue. It's been a lightning rod issue for a lot of people. This really does not have anything to do with our project, and candidly, we had to assume Fred Richards could close. It may not close. That's why there are two concept plans before you. That is the only reason why. All I know is we need to be able to make decisions. We need to be able to make choices. You have a regional trail that's going to be coming into your community in 2015, and the planners want to get going on it, I believe, by I think it's May or June of 2014. So I think with that, I've probably said far too much at this point about neighboring property. And so what I'd like to do is I'd like to at this time turn it over to Bob Close and also to Tom Whitlock to just take a quick walkthrough of, again, some of the proposals that we have and some of the pictures that we have in the submission.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Tankinoff. I think what I'll do is just hold the questions until after your presentation, and then we can, if you can stay nearby, I'm sure there'll be questions once they've completed. So, gentlemen, you'll need the handheld if you're going to use the overhead. There you go. welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Commissioner members, I'm Tom Whitlock. This is Bob Close, and he's on this side of the hallway tonight.
Got it. We sprung you from the shop across the street. We were worried about you last time.
We're going to try very hard not to sound like a broken record. I think Scott and Carrie both covered a lot of ground. But Bob and I wanted to highlight a few pieces of the project, four really key elements. The process. We want to talk about the principles. We want to talk about the two-step PUD process, and then kind of pull back and look at sort of the big picture of what this means to the community. So as Scott and Carrie mentioned, this has been an 18-month process of engagement with the City Council, the Planning Commission. We've had neighborhood meetings, the Rotary, the Chamber, and a lot of the principles that we've talked about have been developed out of those discussions as a collaboration with the community. We want to talk a little bit about the existing conditions, and Scott touched on it a little bit. But currently, all of the stormwater that touches Pentagon Park drains directly off into city infrastructure, directly off into 77th Street, directly off towards the Fred Richards Golf Course, directly towards Viking Drive. There's no stormwater management today on site, unless you're talking about puddles within the parking lot. 77th Street, Scott talked about it being a gateway or front door. Today it's a 5-lane roadway with no pedestrian connections on the north side of the street. There are transit stops, but there's no way to get to those transit stops unless you're walking across turf or snow. Also, porosity. We've talked about porosity to the north and to the Fred Richards site. There are no connections between 77th and that green space today. So those are just some of the existing conditions we wanted to highlight as a part of this. Certainly these are views from the neighborhood north, to the south, towards the Pentagon Park property. These are just some images of the existing conditions. The parking lot has sunk 4 feet over the lifespan of Pentagon Park, and there are now steps that lead up to the front doors. Your first impression is a parking lot as you arrive to Pentagon Park. If you want to move from the south parcel to the north parcel, most likely you're going to hop in your car and move across 77th Street. And so you'll see a lot of the principles look to remedy some of these issues. So maybe with that, I'll turn it over to Bob.
Well, we feel very fortunate as the design team to be able to be working with Scott and the team because of their desire and their goals to be innovative and progressive with this redevelopment project. And of course, the city of Edina has a long legacy of doing exactly that. So there's this confluence of opportunity, if you will, that we feel very fortunate to be part of. What we are hoping to create, what we are intending to create, is really a flexible framework because, as Scott has reiterated many times, until users are in place, until programs are defined, it really has to be flexible. But if the principles that you see on the image in front of you are put in place, we believe that they can contribute to a very strong, very grounded, very progressive kind of framework that allows a variety of things, is adaptable to allow a variety of things to occur within it. We've got to get that framework right, so that's what we're working towards. So that's why the idea of living streets, integrating stormwater, not just along the streets, but within the project proper. The whole idea of multimodality and how important that is as we are moving into a new era about thinking about how we move people through the metropolitan region. Connectivity both within this particular place and connecting beyond it, getting past the fact that it's a very isolated place right now. The term high-quality architecture has been stated and restated a number of times, but I think the developers really, the commitment here is to have this be a quality development throughout, which would include sustainability, the notion of shared parking so that we can find strategies to reduce the amount that's required and find multiple ways of dealing with parking that gets it away from surface parking, which we don't want. Podium height, which we've talked about in the past, is something that is very dependent upon individual sites, but something that we're completely committed to as it's defined within the comp plan.
So there's been a lot of talk about the two-step process, and we just wanted to highlight some of the pieces of the two-step process. The first step, which we're talking about tonight, we've talked about land use and density and heights, but we also wanted to talk about firm commitments to public infrastructure that would be phased in over the life of the development that are some of the conditions that Carrie talked about, but at a very minimum 20% green space within the development. That means stormwater as an amenity. We talked a little bit, and these are images that you've seen before, but stormwater as an amenity for the community, stormwater as an amenity for the users of this site. That's a key element of what we're trying to accomplish. Living streets, those connections between 77th and the green space to the north. Making sure that it's not only a pedestrian connection, but it's a connection for water, and that it's interesting and lively and vibrant. Multimodal connections. There's been a lot of talk about that. 77th Street, currently a 5-lane roadway. What we've proposed is continuing with 2 lanes in each direction, just as it functions today, but taking that 2-hand left-hand turn lane, adding a green boulevard. That would be transformational for that roadway as you come in from Highway 100 into Edina and along 77th to the east. Currently, there's a 4-foot sidewalk on the south side of 77th Street. We're talking about adding green boulevards, sidewalks on both sides, transit stops. So that is a street that functions very well as a connector to transit, as a connector to the green space to the north, and as a connector east and west along that development. As Scott said, we really see 77th as the front door to this development and this district. It'll be a quality front door for all businesses on both sides of the street. Enhanced transit stops, we've talked a little bit about that. Improved connections to the regional trail to the north and the Fred Richards site. Connectivity across 77th, that underpass or bridge connecting the tower site by Burgundy Place and to the north and to the regional trail. That's another transformational kind of piece of public infrastructure, much like you did at Centennial Lakes, where the streets go up and over and allow pedestrians and water to move back and forth. A key element of this. Quality architectural materials, brick, stone, precast, glass. Those are all part of the things that Carrie talked about. Shared parking for whatever happens on that green space to the north. So it's all about being a good partner, but those are all commitments as a part of this first step. Now I wanted to talk a little bit about the second step. So the second step is really all of the detail that a number of you have commented on. And this team is committed to coming back, sketch plan review, full development submittals for every phase of the development moving forward. Scott mentioned open lines of communication. We will come before you quarterly, give you updates on what's going on with the overall development proposal. At your request, if there are questions, we will again come before you. So we want to make sure that there's an open dialogue at all times, and if there's ever anything in question, we're here to answer those questions.
We're very well coordinated. You know, part of the thing that we've been really thinking about from day one on this project is the fact that it is an island. Some might even say that this entire district between Fred Richards and the interstate highway is an island, but Pentagon really is an isolated element, and that came out of a design concept that I mentioned the last time I was before you, which was, Southdale making this very innovative kind of move in the 50s, which put a building in the middle of a lot of parking, and that translated to what we see here. We think this development is going to be a much better neighbor in terms of how it relates to everybody around it, eliminating this notion of an island. And you can go next door really and take a look at the Bar Engineering Building, which is a 1990s, early 1990s building, which still was using the same kinds of principles that were essentially founded in the 50s. This is sort of turning that entire concept inside out. A building with a deep setback surrounded by a sea of parking is what we are hoping to avoid as opposed to promote. So that is one key thing. We think it needs to be a space that has life after 5 o'clock. That was a concern that was expressed by several of you. And the mix of uses, the retail that would be embedded in here, restaurants and so on, would be something that would lead to that, as well as a potential for housing in the future. So we think it'll become a special kind of positive place within the city. Rather than being an office island, it is going to be reaching out, opening its edges to the broader community, improving infrastructure around it and connectivity across roads, which we think is really important for this place to no longer be an island. Trying to create a center as opposed to a void, which it has been for many years, as Scott has pointed out, and something that has a more fine-grained level of design that is more adaptable and allows greater flexibility of uses that may become part of this project as the market dictates. So that flexibility and adaptability are critical. The fact that it's progressive and innovative, we think, will make it an outstanding project. Its connectivity is something that's been critical to us from day one. It actually has the potential of improving the value of properties that surround it by the positive energy we think that it can create. That fine-grained element makes it more porous, makes it more permeable, makes it more public, really, because we're inviting people into this place, giving them a reason to come into this place is our hope. And the fact that the transit, bicycle, and pedestrian-friendly components are interwoven here is something that we've heard loud and clear as a city commitment, but it's also a commitment on Scott's behalf here as well. And the notion of green or living, but living streets, green streets, but I would say that we're hoping for both literal green as well as environmental sustainable environmental kinds of standards. Public art is something we've also been talking about from day one as another component that starts to celebrate what this city is about. So it's our opinion, kind of in conclusion, that getting your approval and your commitment to this first step of the PUD frees this project up to begin to develop the concepts that we're both champing at the bit to work on, and frees Scott up to be able to get the commitments that he needs to be able to let us out of the gates, if you will. So with that, I'm going to close, and we can open it to questions for any of us. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let me start the questions a little bit, and maybe to start with Mr. Tankinoff. One of the things you mentioned in your remarks was a need for certainty. And I understand that. What I'd like to get a better understanding is certainty about what? What is it that you need? Because you've told us in the past that you're coming up on a kind of a turning point in terms of management of the property because you've got some leases that are expiring. I understand that you either have to come to a conclusion then and pivot to something new, or you need to renew those leases and move on with another segment. What I'm trying to understand is what is it that you want in terms of certainty in order to go to this next stage?
Mr. Chair, what we're looking for is again, what's been brought forward and what staff has recommended to be approved. And what that will provide us is it will provide us the certainty to, first of all, invest a lot more time and a lot more money into getting to that second step, getting to the second phase of the PUD, being able to not only attract people and users that will go to the site, get them to commit to go to the site, because part of what they're looking at right now is what exists up on that aerial, and they don't see a site that's shovel ready. when we apply to deed, deed doesn't see a site that's shovel-ready at this point. They see a site that has a building on it that we need to make shovel-ready. And we need to show not only a pace of time of how quickly a product could be developed, which for many users, they simply just don't plan like they used to. They don't have 36 to 48 months to wait around. Many times they've waited too long, and they need a construction timeline of 20 to maybe 25 months. And from that standpoint, that's why we need to know what the uses are that are allowed, what the heights can be, what their densities can be. That's essentially what I believe we're asking for, and we want that in the aggregate. We really need that in the aggregate, because looking at this as one piece, it might as well not be a multi-phase development at that point from my perspective. It might as well be a series of buildings that aren't connected to each other, that don't have ownership, and candidly, I think you got Grandview all over again. This is one owner, and with, again, just to be perfectly candid and blunt about it, we've already made the project work. A lot of triage, a lot of time. We've been able to come up with a concept that kind of works, and we're at this critical juncture where we either need to move forward with the big grand vision, or we do need to pivot, because we do have leases, we do have commitments that we are going to honor either way. And the clients that are at the South Tower right now, if we don't, at this point, move them to another location, we have some time constraints. We don't move them to another location now and trigger that now and get their new space ready, we're going to have to go down the other road. And that other road is just, it's renovation.
Okay.
Which is acceptable, and it's compliant with code, and MDD 6 will work, but...
So, I mean, in essence, it seems to me you're asking for approval of the container, basically, of how high it can be, how dense it can be, and you're asking to for us to commit to letting you use it 100% commercial, well, almost 100% commercial, 40,000 square feet of retail.
Again, Mr. Chair, we don't know what the final percentages of uses will be. There's a chance it may be 100% commercial.
But right now you're asking for us to say, if you want to do all commercial, you'll get to do all commercial. I'm trying to figure out which one-way doors we're going through. And one of them is, you're saying right now, if the market dictates in the future, we understand your concerns about housing, and we may pivot that way. We'd like for it to be a permitted use, but we also want to be able to go out to the marketplace and say, we have X thousand square feet of commercial property available to us.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I think that's correct.
So then, one quick follow-up, and then I'm sure there's lots of other questions here that I want to get to too. But the other thing that I'm trying to get my head around is the staging or the phasing. So when Mr. Teague did his presentation, we talked about this idea of preliminary approval lasting for a year, and then you got to come back and get final. I think it's pretty clear to everybody you're not going to come back and get final for everything within that year. So how do you envision how that works? I mean, we give preliminary approval, but then are we going to have a staging plan as part of the final on the southwest phase when it comes in front of us in the next year, or how do we manage that whole deal?
Mr. Chair, again, I would anticipate we're going to be looking at this a piece at a time. There could be phases that also go together, and we would address them a phase at a time, or as we have clarity. If we believe that there's a phase that maybe is coming 6 months after, we would certainly show that phase and show what we believe it could be at that time. But I think this is a piece at a time.
Okay. All right, other questions? Commissioner Carr.
Well, I just want to say again, I compliment you on your vision here. I think it's excellent. You've really developed a plan here that's consistent with what the city's goals are, our comprehensive plan, and I think it's very creative for what you've had to work with. So I think it'll be quite a compliment to the city. I just had two questions, and maybe they're more directed at Carrie, but you could certainly comment as well. One is, I know one of the conditions to approval was that the development is consistent with the overall development plans that have been submitted. to date. If you look on page 13, one of your conditions is the final development plans must be generally consistent with the preliminary overall development plans dated January 22nd, 2014. And what is that? Is that this plan right here, this packet? I'm unclear what that plan is. I just want to make sure that we're clear as to what that development plan is. Maybe a minor issue, but important. And then the other question I have relates to the proposed PUD. If you look at the compliance table, on the residential versus non-residential use, what's proposed is non-residential. But what I'm wondering is if we can you leave it open? Can you say it can be any combination or mix of residential and non-residential use? I'm concerned that the way it's worded right now is only non-residential. So if in fact it was contemplated 2 years from now that you want to use residential, I don't want to force them to come back to seek an amendment. So I'm wondering if that shouldn't be stated in the PUD as a residential, non-residential uses are allowed, and the mix is up to, there doesn't have to be a requirement for a percentage mix.
To answer the first question, the overall development plan, as I would see it, would be it's option 1, which is just the development on their property. So it's attachment A34 in your staff report. So that would be the overall development plan. And then the second question about the mixture of uses, we would be crafting a zoning ordinance essentially for the entire site, and there would be a listing of permitted uses, accessory uses, conditional uses, and it would include the office mix, the office, commercial, as well as housing. So all of those uses would be allowed.
Okay.
The maximum floor area ratio would be essentially 1 for the entire site. So they could fill up that square footage. It could be potentially with one use as they're requesting.
It could be one use or different uses.
Or it could be a mixture of uses, yep.
And is this sufficient just to include the one page A34 as the development plan? The reason I say that is but many diagrams that have been submitted, and we're saying that the final development plan will be consistent with the overall development plan, but yet there's many different diagrams here showing streets, streetscapes, etc. And I'm concerned that those would be left out of the mix.
Yeah, perhaps that language could be adjusted. Generally consistent. I don't think we would want to see something that's exactly like the overall development plan, but it's more in terms of the square footage. But that could be something that we work on as far as the language goes.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Potts.
Clearly, you put a lot of careful thought into this and have a great team of land use planners here and landscape designers, and we're eager to see that progress to a similar level of expertise with the architectural design. And as we struggle to get the certainty we need, I think, to make a good recommendation to council, to that end, I've got a couple of suggestions to the conditions, I guess, to my fellow council members as well as Planner Teague and the applicants here. I think certainly the pedestrian-oriented aspects of the design, the green space and stormwater, you've got well thought out. Now, this whole question of what is high-quality architecture is really a tricky one. And I think, again, as we're looking for certainty, we need to be careful not to hem you in with our own expectations. For instance, banning aluminum as a finish. I don't know if we want to get that specific. There's a Hennepin County Library, that the Walker branch that's about to open, that looks like, other than glass, it's predominantly aluminum, and it's designed quite well. And perhaps something you could do when you come before council on the 13th is just bring in some images of other Hillcrest projects that you consider to be high quality architecture. And so then beyond materials and aesthetics and getting into sustainability, I'd also like to make the case that high-quality architecture also is energy efficient. And I think in item 17 here, where all we're trying to hold you to right now is an attempt to meet an energy savings goal, let's make that more concrete. With current technology, there's a great ability to do a predictive energy model, which could be part of the permit submission. That can be done, can be complete, can, in an engineering fashion, predict the energy savings relative to a state code. And I think if the city needs to have a third-party consultant in to make a judgment on that, we should just do that, bring that in so that we know with certainty what we're going to get, and that's part of the permit process. And then the final fine point of that, if we're going to compare to a state energy code, as we've been told this might be a 30-year project, let's compare the energy savings to the energy code that's in force at the time of the permit submission. Those things continue to improve in their stringency. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Potts. Any other questions? I want to make sure we do have a public hearing, and I'm going to invite comment from the public after we finish with the questions. We will have an opportunity, if some things come up during that public hearing, to have further discussion with you. But any other questions for the applicants at this point? Commissioner Forrest.
We've been referring to the hotel on the southwest corner of the overall site, and I know in the past there was some public concern about a tall building that's visible from residential areas. Do you anticipate a location on that parcel for the hotel? Would it be more adjacent to the highway? I mean, I'm just wondering if you have anything in mind for that.
Yes, Commissioner Forrest, I think, Tom, if you can pull up where we've been thinking about the hotel property going, it is toward the southwesterly corner.
So as it's shown on the option 1 diagram.
Yeah, the cursor, I don't know if you can see that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions before we move to the public hearing? Commissioner Forrest.
Well, I was looking at the future development in the area that was in the WSB report, and you've said market-driven a lot, and I was just wondering, how do you, and have you been looking at this as far as the anticipation of over 900 more future office square foot, 900,000 square feet of office space, and this is just in the immediate area around Bloomington mostly, and there's also other housing and hotels being proposed that are fairly definitely going in. How does that fit into your view of things and the need for flexibility?
Commissioner Forrest, I think a couple things. Lots of things change in the marketplace, and I do a pretty routinely good job of beating on my peer group. My peer group is a group of people that will usually overbuild things, and they'll usually go a little bit too far, sometimes a lot too far in what they build. So I think part of what we're looking to do is stay flexible, find the highest and best uses, and I do believe that this site is the premier site from an office standpoint. I think it has an unbelievably irresistible location. I personally think an Edina address is meaningful. I think that says something. It's different than, I have projects in Minneapolis, I have projects in St. Louis Park, New Hope, New Brighton, a whole variety of different cities. This is different. And I think that carries something, and I think that even today, being at the State of the City and listening to your school superintendent, your mayor, your city manager, there's a lot of discussion about why Edina is a great place to live, it's a great place to work, it's a great place to do business, it's a great place to go to school. So this is different than the other communities to start with, and I think that is important. I think that this particular location is very unique. It should be so much more than what it is. But going beyond that, we're not talking about a series of office buildings. We're talking about doing something that's a real integration, that's a real I'll use an oxymoron, it's going to end up being a crafted urban-suburban design. You are a suburb, but yet you're looking for some things that are urban. You have an urban core on 50th and France, and you have a lot of suburban other areas that are more auto-driven, as Bob has talked about. What is Pentagon Park? You're off a major freeway. You've got an unbelievable green space that's to the north that should always remain a public resource. How do you blend them? What should it be? And that's why this is so special. And what works, again, about Normandale Lakes, its location is unique and special, but it has this unbelievably great piece of wild area that you can go run, walk, and recreate around. Centennial Lakes, it's a little more man-made, a little bit more hardscaped. It has some other features to it. I don't know what Pentagon Park is going to have for those features. That's why people want to work in those areas. They want places they can recreate. In Minneapolis, they want places they can drink beer. But here, they're going to want places they can recreate, that they can eat at, that they can take their bike, that they can get to other amenities. They can sometimes get in their car if they're going to take a car, but they can make it to the things that you have that are great in your city. And that's why this project, that's why this location stands out so much further than all these other competitive projects. And candidly, that's why this shouldn't just be about paint and screen doors anymore. So I know that's maybe more of an answer to it, but the marketplace is going to do what it's going to do. I believe that we've already put a number of very good clients into the renovated Pentagon Park in the stabilized portion. I believe we're going to get more than our fair share, as my partner Mark Ronhorst said. We're going to get more than our fair share of people that want to do business in Edina, want to be in this location, and they want the amenities, they want the quality. And candidly, people want to live and work in the same place. And for all the reasons you've got 100 plus teardowns, virtually 2 years in a row, and you'll probably have another 100. It's because of your school district, because of your public works, because of the way your cities run, and it's candidly the way that you take care of your community, and your housing holds its value. That's why this works. It's not necessarily only our vision. It's because of the ingredients that are here.
Thank you.
For the record, some of us like to drink beer too.
Other questions before we move to the public hearing? All right, thank you, gentlemen. Don't go far. This is a public hearing, and so now I would like to invite anyone who's in the audience who would like to share some thoughts on this project to come forward. Please come to one of the side microphones and state your name and address and let us know what you're thinking.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Lori Severson, President of the Edina Chamber of Commerce. I think in your packet of information you have a resolution from the Chamber in support of this particular project, the Pentagon Park project, and asking you to respectfully use whatever means you have available to approve this project and allow it to go forward. And I'd like to let you know that the Edina Chamber does not bring forth these petitions and these resolutions to you very lightly. We understand that a vibrant and healthy business environment depends and is reliant on a vibrant and healthy community overall. We took much thought into bringing this to your attention this evening, and as part of the process, we have our Government Affairs Committee, in addition to our Executive Committee, along with our Board of Directors, review the proposal very carefully before making these recommendations. And I'm delighted to let you know that this passed unanimously within those three boards. I'd also like to share with you a few of the comments that we received from our general membership regarding this Pentagon Park project. One of the very interesting comments was that they feel that we are creating a lifestyle through this project, very key to what we want Edina to look like 10, 15, and 20 years from now. One of the projects that we have going on at the Chamber is called Grow Minnesota, Grow Edina. When we have key members of our Board of Directors, in addition to myself, visit CEOs and presidents of the companies here in Edina. And I can tell you, time and time again, these businesses are looking for communities where we have the multimodal transportation that we've been talking about, all of the concepts that are involved in the livable communities. One of the best conversations I had was with the former CEO of Bar Engineering, one of the neighbors to Pentagon Park. Spoke to him for 2 hours regarding what attracts key employees to Edina and to Bar Engineering. And it was really all about all of these concepts that you're talking about in this particular project. He said, we need, though, even before he knew what this project looked like, we need those types of amenities to draw the master's level and the PhD level engineers that they need to stay here in Edina. And I think, as many of you know, they were considering looking for a new location for Bar Engineering, and all of these concepts played into what they were looking for. And that's not unique to Bar. We hear those stories time and time again with the larger companies who are looking to stay here and move to Edina. In addition, I have received many phone calls, I'm saying 8 or 9, from people who have heard about this project, calling the chamber and asking me if I've heard of what the progress is in this particular project. And of course, I do send them over to Scott Tankenoff for any further detail. But there's a lot of buzz out there, and they're looking to Edina to really pull this type of project together where it becomes a masterpiece for Edina. Some of the other comments that we had from chamber members is that they feel that this particular project adds to the consistency of some of the other projects that we have here in the community, specifically Centennial Lakes, the new streetscapes that we're creating with the France Avenue construction project. They look at it as individual pieces of the puzzle where each piece is amazing by itself, but then when you put all of the pieces together, you see really what Edina looks like. And there's connecting threads and consistency with this project and some of the other things that we're really looking at doing here in Edina. It's also been considered the Highway 100, 77th Street, as a thoroughfare, of course, through that area. And Pentagon Park, as we talked about tonight, will become a focal point for that thoroughfare and really be a showcase of what Edina stands for. As I mentioned, we've already established ourselves as a livable community, developing certain aspects, multimodal transportation, healthy business community, safe and secure environment, and our business community is really looking at Pentagon Park to continue that thread of being a livable community. One of the other comments is that Edina, they're proud of Edina, they're proud of the Plan Commission in the city for being able to look at what the city is going to look like 10 and 20 years from now. So please consider our recommendation, and we'd certainly like to have you approve this. If there are any questions that you have, the chamber is certainly willing to answer any of those, and more than pleased to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Severson. Anyone else?
Good evening. I'm John Marker. I'm a resident here for the past over 20 years. I have children who go to school here, one in Valley View and one at the high school. Over the years I've watched as Pentagon Park, I look at it as kind of a blighted, it's been the use word tonight, but I look at it as more of an eyesore that it just hasn't really lived up to what Edina standards of what we've sort of come to expect. I've also watched the past year and a half and been excited as Hillcrest Development has come in and talked about and met with and showed their vision with that I'm excited about because I've seen some of the other projects that they've done, and I've know that they do top quality projects, and perhaps it's a perfect marriage because they take projects that are eyesores and they turn them into something that really is a good community resource. And I think the development that they're offering is offering a lot to the community, and so I think we're fortunate to have a company like Hillcrest be a representative for us. I also noticed in one of the hearings that someone said if we don't take advantage of some of this development right now, it might be 30 years before something like this could be done, and on such a huge area, such a big property. I just think it would be a shame. So I would recommend that you would go forward with the BUD. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marker.
Good evening. I'm Peter Fitzgerald, and I'm at 5217 Kellogg Avenue in Edina. I'm a lifelong resident of Edina and father of 3 little hornets under the age of 6, which will explain why I'm going to read off of my notes, then rely on my memory. I happen to also be in the commercial real estate industry, and my history on Pentagon Park dates back to 2005 when I was working for United Properties at the time and consulting for one of the previous developers. And the reality is the previous plans that were approved were full of great dreams and a lot of housing and great visions, but they didn't go anywhere. And although I'm not working with this current developer, I do support, and I'm here tonight to support the rezoning to this PUD, which would provide more flexibility, more creativity for the city and the developer to work together intimately. Whether you look at Centennial Lakes, the West End, Excelsior and Grand, all these projects require a really intimate relationship with a developer and the city. The 3 things that I'd probably highlight that illustrate or reasons why I really support this project. Number 1, I think the city should be supporting projects that are going to increase value and ensure financial stability down the road. The fact that we have 43 acres of commercial land not producing significant taxes, I think is a shame. This should be a very valuable property. This could be Centennial Lakes too. Today it's not. 43 acres in our great city of Edina, 43 acres of concrete is somewhat embarrassing. We can do better. And finally, I would just say that I've watched this developer in the past, and he's very skilled at taking buildings and repositioning them within their current structure and doing, for lack of a better term, a lipstick job. And Pentagon Park needs a wrecking ball, not a lipstick job. We can do better. This can be significant, and this can be wonderful. I say if we kick this can down the road, we'll end up with 43 acres of concrete, 17 buildings of lipstick, and we can do something that's more valuable for the future, and rezoning is a good first step. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Any other comments from the public? All right, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. So the public hearing is closed. Let me begin the deliberations, I think, by trying to frame a couple of questions that I think we need to wrestle with. It seems to me the threshold question has to do with this kind of procedural weirdness we have. We've got a certain preliminary rezoning, preliminary PUD that ordinarily we see a lot more detail than we're seeing here, and we've had a lot of discussion about that. And I think the first thing we ought to discuss as a commission is whether we're okay deviating from that and whether there's some reasons in this situation why we should. And then the second item I'd like to talk about, if assuming that we are okay deviating from that and talk a little bit about why, then I'd like to talk about how we can position this so that we have the right balance of commitment to the developer but protection of the city's interests in moving forward so that we get the kind of development that I think all of us agree we like what we're hearing, but how do we ensure that we're making that happen? So, Commissioner Grable.
Mr. Chairman, as to the first question and this process that we're being asked to undertake, I support the process for these reasons. First, this is a big parcel. The development is not going to take place over the next 18 months, but perhaps over the next 18 years, which might be pushing it out a little bit. But it's going to take a while. we need to provide the direction and the context within which that development can take place. And I think that's what the developer and the staff are asking us to do tonight. We've had, over the years, most recently, the Byerly's project, we all wished that we could combine the Byerly site with the site next door, but there were two separate property owners, and we couldn't do that. When we looked at the walkway that goes up from Centennial Lakes up to Southdale, we was, gee, wouldn't it be nice if the Galleria would get together with Southdale and work out the project there? But they weren't able to do that because there were two separate parcels. And we weren't able to have a consistent overreaching development plan for that area. Here, you got a much, much bigger area with one owner who's willing to commit the time and the effort to do the job the right way. And they're asking us to step out a little bit and say, yeah, we're willing to sign on with this and do this preliminary PUD and give you the certainty that they need in order to proceed with this project. And that's certainly, I think, a very worthwhile and beneficial thing for the city to undertake. So that's why I like this. I cannot think of another way to do this that wouldn't result in frustration and a balkanization of the project into a bunch of little parcels where we're back at the same thing. Gee, wouldn't it be nice if parcel A and parcel B and those owners could get together and do something? Well, parcel A, B, C, and D are already together under one ownership. Let's give them the opportunity to go forward and present their proposals.
Commissioner Schroeder.
Mr. Chair, I just want to go back to when we started the notion of pushing for a PUD in Edina, and the reason that we did it doesn't exactly align with what we see documented in the ordinance. Our goal was to create better development in Edina. Our ordinance goes to the end point of saying, here's what we need in terms of zoning districts, creative and efficient approach to land use, all these factors that are kind of at the end of the game, but they don't relate to the process. We were trying to get to that process part by establishing a sketch plan tied to the PUD process. We have that, but we never recognized that there would be the possibility of an entirely different kind of process being necessary to get to the PUD we want. And if we like this, I think we have to imagine the PUD as more than just a land use ordinance, but a process to allow us to get to the end that we're seeing in front of us tonight.
When I think about this, I do think there are some things that are very unusual. Commissioner Grable mentioned the size of the property. I think also the fact that this 42 or 43 acre property is right next to a 42 or 43 acre piece of public property. And as we've talked about repeatedly in the sketch plans, how it interacts with that property, whatever that property turns into, is going to be really important to the success. And going to Commissioner Schroeder's comments, making sure we have a quality development here. We've talked for the last 6, 7, 8 months about how important it is to design how that's going to interact with that property. I also think it's important in this circumstance to recognize that we're at a place as a city where it might be an advantage for us not to have the details cast in stone yet, because we're working on trying to think about the future of that publicly owned parcel that borders this parcel to the north. The Park Board has acted on some recommendations regarding Fred Richards Golf Course. The city's going to take it on. Whether it remains as a golf course or whether it changes, I think it is important for us to know what that use is going to be before we get into the details of what we're going to do on the property that the applicant brings forward. This kind of reminds me, in going to Commissioner Schroeder's comments, I happen to work in another city and do land use there, and we have a planned unit development ordinance there as well. And that planned unit development ordinance happens to have a three-stage process. And the first stage is what's called concept plan, and then there's general plan, and then there's final plan. And what this really feels like, I couldn't help but thinking as we were going through this, that this feels like the concept plan, that we kind of agree on the concept and the direction, and we're waiting to do the details until later. Now, I know the technical details of our ordinance aren't laid out that way, but I think in this circumstance it feels appropriate to me to kind of depart from that in order to achieve the overall objective that we're trying to achieve with the plan unit development. And I would remind folks that when we changed this 6 or 7 years ago to the MDD 6, we only did it because we didn't have a planned unit development ordinance back then. We wanted to. We in fact said to the developers, would it be okay, would you like a planned unit development? And they said yes, and we just didn't have it at that time. Now we do. So I concur with the comments that have been made up until now that it makes sense. I don't think that this necessarily creates a precedent because of the large size, the fact that it's going to have to be developed in stages, which I want to talk about in a few minutes, and the fact that it is so intertwined with this really important public parcel to the north, not to mention the regional trail that is going to come through. We're going to have a new riverfront, so to speak, come right through here, and we don't want to miss the opportunity to address that in a way that makes the right sense. So, any other comments on that first question? Commissioner Forrest.
I just want to ensure that, what is binding and what is not binding. I know that in the past we've sometimes had preliminary development plans, not PUDs, come in, and by the time it comes to the final, after our comments on the first ones, there have been some radical changes to where we've also had to change what we were agreeing to because they came up with a better idea, or what we were suggesting wasn't doable in the nature as it was in the preliminary development plan. So I think my concern remains that that whatever we do is binding enough to satisfy the developer's needs as well as our conditions that we're putting on there. So maybe Carrie can answer that, and then. But otherwise, I agree. I think that when you're talking about the time frame, you can have so many changes, business models, transit options can change so dramatically that if you're phasing a project of this size, that it could be really an obsolete approach by the time it's enacted. So.
Well, I think that's an excellent segue to the second kind of question. Yeah, but I think that is the second question. So the second question is really what is it that we'll be granting now, and how do we make sure and protect our options? What things do we get to decide later? And that's, I think, the trick to, if we're going to move forward with this, and I don't hear anybody suggesting that we shouldn't. So as I understand it, and Carrie, maybe you can flesh this out for us, really what we're committing to is a building height maximum of 12 stories on the southwest parcel and 5 stories on the northern parcels, a certain ceiling on square footage. I think you even said it was a floor area ratio of 1. And then what's the third item is the land use. And there, we had a brief discussion with the applicant earlier. They're asking for us to permit it to be basically entirely office with 40,000 square feet of retail. They would like the option to make it to include housing at a later time. But I think to your question, Commissioner Forrest, those are the three things that we would be basically signing up for. It would be hard for us to reverse course on that absent some agreement with the applicant later.
And that's exactly right. If I could just correct what I stated earlier in regard to the timing. I went through and double-checked the code. If preliminary rezoning is approved for the entire site, there is not an expiration on the preliminary rezoning. It entitles them to come back and make a request for final rezoning, and that can be done in pieces. You know, if it's just the south site. Let's play that out, and they come back for just the south site. We could do final rezoning there, create the PUD district essentially just for that site. And the site on the north side of 77th, they would still have their entitlements. They've got their preliminary approval, but they would have to come back for final. And the code does say that the city can add conditions as part of that final approval.
Okay.
And once there's a final approval, then they have 2 years to build that, and that's the part that expires. If it's not built within 2 years of final approval, then that expires, but the zoning would still hold.
And remembering that, you know, a PUD is a little different than other zoning. I mean, we're talking about very specific plans in a PUD of exactly what we're going to have. When we approve a final, when the council approves a final, it would be, here's what's going to get built. And if there was going to be material change to that, they would have to come back for an amendment. Okay. Commissioner Platter.
Yeah, just, Carrie, I want to talk a little bit more about that. So as we go through this, again, to me, the big thing that comes up is, by the way, this is a heck of development. I wish I owned 42 acres in Edina, but but nevertheless,
that's why you're sitting up here.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly. I'd be anyway. But I'm just, you know, what toll gates are we? One-way toll gates are we going through tonight? Or it's the height, it's the FAR, and you say it's the 100% commercial. So at this point, we could never ask them anytime coming back that it's not 100% commercial, that it needs to be 25% residential. Or am I missing something here? Or how does that work?
I think we could ask them whatever we want.
Well, I'm just trying to understand what.
I think it would be very hard for us to
that one-way gate.
I think it would be very hard for us to deny later on the basis that it doesn't include housing. So if they came back in,
that's my point,
right?
I guess.
So I think that is a one-way door.
Okay.
I mean, is that?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yep. Unless it's not specifically stated in these conditions that there has to be a certain amount of housing. If we don't put that in here specifically, it would be difficult to require that at final.
Can we ask the applicant what that means? More specifically?
Sure.
With
Mr. Tankinoff, you want to come up and tell us you get what we're wrestling with?
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, I'll try to address the question. I think initially we viewed this project as 100% commercial. I believe there will be some housing components to it. We're motivated to do housing, but at this point it's not viable. So we've said it's a later phase. We candidly I have been wrestling with the idea of promising housing in a project that currently it's not viable. In today's environment, it will not work. I believe there will be housing in this project. I believe it will be in a later phase, probably not the initial two, in a later phase though, once we know what's happening with Richards, once we know where the infrastructure is going, once it's in. It's just, like a lot of things, it seemed impossible to promise something if we didn't know what it would be, the context of what it would be, where it would be, how large it would be. We've had a number of people. I talked with actually a gentleman today who his name is Jim Machi, and Jim is a retired real estate professional. He used to live in the city. He lived in Country Club, I think, for 25 or 30 years. He talked to me. I talked to him for 35 minutes today because he said, I would have stayed in the city if I could have had something that would have been walkable, livable, without stairs in the city of Edina. So he actually moved out to Annandale to his cabin, and they remodeled their cabin. And several dozen comments like that I've gotten, calls I've gotten. So I think the problem is we just don't know what it should be. I think we could say what we don't think it's going to be. I can pretty well tell you to a high degree of certainty it will not be for sale senior condominium housing. I don't think that concept could work at this site. I don't think that's something we would probably do. But I do believe that housing will go there. It's just a question of when and a question of what. It's a challenge, though, and I understand the concern of could it be a one-way door? There are a lot of things in what would happen here where there could be risk and there could be challenge for both city, community, us as a developer and an owner. This might candidly just be one of them where I don't want to promise you something and then come back and say, well, I couldn't make it work. So that's the reason why, it's a more in-depth explanation why, but it's the truth, why we haven't said, gee, we can put in 2% housing or 5% housing, because the fact of the matter is, if we don't, we will have failed. We would have actually not done what we said we're going to do. And that's one of the things I'm not only not prepared to do, I'm not going to do. I'm not going to promise you something and then not deliver it. It's bad practice.
Well, we all understand you can't promise what's going to be here, but is there another way to craft it so it seems like a definite no, how it's worded to me now, and maybe I'm mistaken on that, but, well.
It's not a definite no. Housing would be allowed. I would be very uncomfortable tonight putting a parameter for something that would happen possibly 10 years from now, absolutely having no idea what the market might be in 10 years. And how else would you do it than to say, okay, fine, the starting point is it's 100% office, but if market conditions are different 5 years from now when you're ready to develop that phase and you want to put housing in, you can put housing in. But otherwise, how would you say it? How can you say now that you've got to have 25% housing when 5 years or 8 years or 10 years or 12 years from now, there's absolutely zero market for housing and you got a big empty lot? This is not a single parcel that's going to be developed over the next 12 months.
Commissioner Forrest.
The only conflict I see. Oh.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Commissioner Platter, why don't you finish? Commissioner Forrest.
I guess my only concern is that with our PUD thing, it's supposed to be in line with our comprehensive plan. So as long as we keep that in mind, and that if we need to amend the comprehensive plan at some point, probably not until that final phase goes in, I guess. But I think there is some allowance, in the ordinance there is, I don't know about the comp plan, for not having any housing at all in mixed development zones. But that's the only nit I would see with that is it's more just crossing our T's kind of thing.
Well, so Commissioner Forrest raises a question, Carrie, that I think is a good one. So if there is, if what we're giving preliminary rezoning, preliminary PUD approval to is something that could be all commercial, does that comply with the current residential office comp plan designation?
I believe it would, as it does today. The use is office. That's a use that's suggested in the comprehensive plan as being allowed. So right now, today, it's guided office residential, and there's no residential there.
Okay, so the guiding of office residential doesn't mean it has to have a residential. It means it can have either one.
Correct.
It's not a mixed-use mandate, basically.
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Potts.
Mr. Chair, one nuts and bolts question, I think, for Planner Teague and maybe Mr. Reichert as well. And apologies if this was covered, but I'm thinking about our density, the FAR 1.0, improvements to 77th Street and overall traffic impacts. Are we comfortable we have all those covered in the conditions, that all of WSB's recommendations to avoid level of service F, which is referenced here, are dealt with in the conditions of the 77th Street improvements? And Mr. Riker, one last question on your list. If I could ask you to just speculate, at what point would we be overbuilding on a site like this? Would be an FAR of 1.25, 1.5, or are we there with 1.0 relative to traffic impacts?
members of the commission. There's a lot of, I guess I can't say exactly where that, if it would be 1.0, 1.2. It depends a lot on other development in the area. It depends on, I mean, there's a lot of factors that are going to come into this. The one nice thing that we've done here, and we did it back in 2007, we looked at this site, we looked at all the development, that's where we came up in the AUAR with all those recommendations as far as the improvements that could be required with all the development in that AUAR area. We updated it with this, now with a little bit more detail of this area. Like Harry said, it's kind of in line with scenario 3 of the AUAR, but kind of different too. So we've looked at that, so we've got a little bit better understanding of what that would be. As each of these sites come in, we're going to have to update this again. We will look at that. Okay, when this phase 1, if phase 1 is everything to the south, the hotel, the office, all that, if that's all coming at the same time, we'll look at, okay, what, we know what improvements we're going to need on computer drive eventually. Well, are they needed if that's in 2 years from now, or if that's in 5 years from now? The traffic on 77th is going to change because of other developments and things like that. So we may need more improvements now with earlier stages, if it's sooner than later, or later than sooner, I should say. So there's a lot of, as far as the development of the mitigation measures, it's going to follow each of the stages as they come through. We will identify. We know what those are. We made some assumptions that by 2020, that first phase would be developed, and these are the things that are going to be needed if it was that date. If it's earlier, it may not be quite as much. If it's later, it may be more.
Sure.
So now, as far as the, how much development is too much or how much is too little, again, it's going to depend on how the rest of the area develops. In that AUAR, we assumed a lot of development in that area, on the other parcels adjacent to this site also. So that was also included in that AUAR, some of those ultimate development or ultimate mitigation measures. So, it's really going to depend on the surrounding development. I think one's a great number. I think that, this development, in my opinion, is a good size for this area.
And then Planner Teague, we feel comfortable with the conditions that the city, we're not boxing ourselves in with a commitment to a PUD of this density, that we're able to manage it or have the developer manage it with roadway improvements.
We do. We look at it as the square footage that's being allowed is the same. It's just having a little different mix. And that given the AUAR and the traffic study that's come back, this area can support it with roadway improvements as it goes.
Okay. Thank you.
Other comments? Commissioner Kilberg.
Looking at this project overall and kind of the PUD process that we would be embarking on with the preliminary PUD, I would kind of like to liken it to the city, a thing the city already uses when we deal with proof of parking. So technically, when we do a proof of parking, the developer comes to us and technically under-delivers of what we expect, but they say, well, if the market demands it, then we'll give more. So in a proof of parking, what we're trying to avoid is excessive parking, too many parking spaces. And I feel like with this preliminary plan, what we're avoiding is having spaces built, for example, residential spaces that wouldn't be used. So I feel like this is kind of a proof of parking for a large area development. We all heard the Met Council say that in 35 years that the population of Edina would double, and we all wondered, how is that possible? And personally, I would say that I'd love to see residential here. But if this isn't where residential needs to develop, or what needs to happen here, then I would say that this is a good way, having this, not boxing ourselves in with having, say, 25% residential, but saying that commercial is a possibility, and if no residential pans out, then that's fine. I feel like it's not a definite no, but I feel like it's a good way that we can do it.
Well put. Other comments? So, Carrie, you talked about the fact that the preliminary plan is much more durable than we thought it was. One of the things that I'm still wrestling with is this whole kind of notion of a staging plan. And I'm torn about whether, and I'm curious as to how my fellow commissioners feel about how we describe that, because I think the trick in a staging plan is to make sure that we get the public amenities that we're looking for when things are actually happening, because sometimes you can have stage 1 and stage 2 never happens, and stage 3 never happens, and stage 4 never happens. And if you wait and you say, well, we're going to get this, but it's going to be in stage 3, you may never get it. My instinct is that some navigation of that has to happen at the final plan. I'm not suggesting it has to happen here, but I'm wondering if maybe some kind of staging, phasing plan should be a condition of final plan approval, just so that we can navigate that issue. And I'm not even quite sure yet what it'll look like, because I recognize Mr. Tankinoff's point that, a year from now when he comes through with phase 1, he may not have an idea about when phase 2 or phase 3 or phase 4 will happen, or even what the size of each of those phases are. But I think from the city's perspective, we want to have that be part of how we think about things like when 77th Street gets rebuilt, what kind of stormwater amenity is on, how the stormwater is getting used as an amenity, how we're interacting with Fred Richards or whatever it ends up being on the north side of the property. And to that point, I'm not sure in the conditions that we want to, at this stage, identify the triggering points for the 77th Street improvements or the build-out of the Parkway and the green streets, because I don't know that we're going to know when the right time is for that. I'd rather leave that flexibility for the final plan than say it right now. We may decide we want it to be sooner than that, after a final plan comes in. Mr. Tankinoff, you have any comments on those?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do. We have on a reciprocal path right now a tax increment financing plan that is working its way through the city. In the TIF agreement, in this master outline that would be brought forward on the 18th of March, also for council approval, along with the PUD, if you move that forward, are some very specific conditions that talk about complete triggers of what happens with public improvements. For example, 77th Street. It must be built out. 77th Street must be improved the way we've described when we break ground by the time we've completed 100,000 square feet of new development.
And that's part of the TIF
Yes, it is.
plan.
It is. And
So are these, is the TIF, is what you're envisioning, that tax increment financing will assist with the costs for the 77th Street build-out, the stormwater management that is a public amenity, et cetera?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there are a number of amenities. The economics of this project are such that because of the massive amount of infrastructure that's needed, the quality of what's needed, and the fact that we have made statements that we will not value engineer the quality out of the project. So what we've done is we've actually started with an intake process to find out what really mattered to the city, what was important, such as green streets, a tree canopy, something that was consistent with your livable streets program and plan that you have. You implemented on 54th as an example. Those concepts are critical to what would happen in this development. We've committed to that, and we commit to that also in the TIF agreement, that certain triggers have to happen, certain functions have to happen, certain improvements have to happen. Otherwise, we will not have the recapturing of TIF. There will not be that. We will not be eligible for it.
Right.
So you do actually, in a sense, you have an agreement that already is in process that does require, again, and there was a litany of lists of items that are in your packet as well as that I touched on. They're the same items. Those items all have to happen by a certain time. Otherwise, we're in default. We must do them. We commit to do them.
And so I understand that the TIF is another piece of this, and that may help kind of guarantee when these things happen, and negotiation of that will help figure out the timing on those things.
Mr. Chair, I actually think it, like the PUD application that was made, it prescribes when. We actually tried to prescribe, and we work with staff to prescribe when should these things happen. Not if, but when.
But how can you know that? I mean, you've been telling us all night you don't know when you're going to be able to do certain things. How can you tell me with certainty when you're going to do the public amenities?
I need to pull back up my statement from earlier, and I think I can answer that. Back in my statement, I'm gonna stay with 77th Street as an example. 77th Street upgraded, consistent with the November 6, 2013 plans and details, once 100,000 square feet or more of new development is in process or completed. We've made that commitment. We know we have to. This is a project that we have to put the infrastructure in up front. Otherwise, no one will believe it. The process that we're talking about tonight is critical for the city to know what it's getting. But there is a reciprocal side to this as well. There isn't a user that's out there, there isn't a space or facility user that right now believes this is possible. You got to remember what we're talking about. We're talking about the festering Pentagon Park, the South Tower. Let's talk about the South Tower site as an example. It's not, forget about pretty, it's technically blighted and it's not desirable. We have to demonstrate that. So we have to put some improvements in up front. What are those improvements? Well, we may not have buildings that are going up. We have to prepare the site. We must demolish the site. We must put in 77th. We must put in transit shelters. We have to put in some of those amenities. Otherwise, people will not be able to get over the threshold of believability.
So
there are certain
100,000. I mean, so 100,000 square feet doesn't sound like a big threshold, and I get what you're saying that you at the front end you got to have some of that, but you know, the Parkway and Green Streets, or Living Streets, whatever we're going to call them, build out, we're talking about that upon 80 to 85% build out. So to me, that sounds like too far down the road. I mean, so now we could be all the way to the last, you know, to the easternmost parcel, and we still haven't built any of the Green Street. And I don't know if I'm right or not about that, but I'm just not convinced that we should dictate that right now, unless, as you're saying, we've already negotiated that in the TIF plan.
Mr. Chair, I think what we tried to do, from my perspective, we tried to come up with some guidelines, some boundaries, and some narrative, and some as much in specifics as we could to give context, because this is preliminary, and us committing to the 80 or 85%. There's a lot of different ways to look at it. That could be too high of a number under certain circumstances. It also could be too low. But the fact of the matter is, when we put in a building, whatever that building is going to be on the north end, whether it's 80 or 85 or 20%, whatever is developed, if we can't get to it in an intelligent way,
I get all that. All I'm trying to say is we're just kind of imagining things that we don't even know yet when it's going to happen, and so why would we dictate such a hard number here? Because by the time it comes to final approval, we may say, you know what, we'd rather that be 60% through the project or 50% through the project or something. And I don't want the city to be in a position where, well, we committed to 80 to 85, we can't now demand that you do it when it's 50%. And we're not suggesting we're going to get that adversarial, but that's the only point I'm trying to make. So, thank you.
I understand.
Commissioner Schroeder.
If it's defined in the TIF plan when these public realm improvements are made, why would we put it a condition of a PUD approval? Why wouldn't we just say that public improvements in 77th Street, the Parkway and Green Streets will be implemented in accordance with the TIF plan, if they're being paid for with the TIF?
Or that they be part of the final plan approval.
Right. Why do we
That's what I'm suggesting, is we take those.
Because we don't control the TIF here at this body.
Right.
Somebody else does. Put it back. We're just going to say we're going to be in alignment with that.
Right.
We expect alignment with that.
That's what I'd like to see. Commissioner Forrest.
I have another question. Okay, down hypothetical lane here. Because it's a long-term project, let's say 10, 12 years into this thing, something changes and half of the northern section isn't developed and it gets sold to another owner. At that point in time, there's only a preliminary PUD in place. So for that owner, would it then revert back to MDD? It would remain, because there's no final rezoning? Would it still be
Right.
MDD? Okay.
I want to circle back to this housing issue because I think that's going to be a threshold issue that we need to decide on here. Commissioner Platter, you raised the question, I think, and unless somebody wants to correct me, I think that is a question we're going to have to get comfortable with. Are we prepared to basically give the go-ahead on potentially having entirely commercial, notwithstanding the developer's representations about what he'd like to see in the future? Did you want to elaborate further on that? Okay. Anybody else who wants to speak to that housing issue? All right, I feel like I'm doing all the talking, but I'll speak to it then. So I think that the things that we need to be concerned about are the bulk and the density. You know, how high is it? You know, I don't want. I'm comfortable with the height. I'm comfortable with the density. I'm willing to take a bit of a leap of faith on the land use because I think that ultimately the market's going to drive what the right answer is. And if housing is really a good idea there, then there'll end up being housing there. And if it's not, it'll end up being office. And I'm more comfortable with the land use being committed just to the office than I would be, for instance, to having a higher height or a greater density than we're talking about. That's my kind of take on it. Welcome others. Commissioner Fisher.
Well, I have the same sort of thought on the housing piece. I mean, I'm very comfortable with the, you know, there have been very articulate statements made here tonight. I thought the idea of what we're really approving as a container was really a great way to summarize this. And when it comes to the housing piece of this, I think it's very clear that we would love to see housing. I personally would love to see housing here. I think it'll be a better development if housing is part of it. But I'm not prepared to say that I'm so smart that I know how much is going to happen or when it's going to happen or how it's going to happen. I believe that this developer is going to be reading the market as these phases happen, and he's going to do the right thing. And, you know, but I think it's fair for us to send a message that all things being equal, we'd like to see that mix here. I think it's been consistent from our comp plan all the way through. The other thing that was really articulated very nicely tonight was this idea that this really is an intimate relationship. You know, over time, this isn't sort of arm's length and all of that. This is truly going to be a partnership, and I think in this case, one of the partners is saying we really want to see housing. The other partner is saying, I would like to do it if it works, and we're going to have that discussion. Probably not we. You know, that's the interesting thing here. Most of us, all of us, probably are not going to be up here when we get to those phases. So it's sort of setting the stage and thinking about how you can have that intimate relationship, that partnership through the years, and make sure we're, you know, articulating that.
Sorry, Commissioner Forrest.
This is on topic. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the lack of any statement about housing in the conditions. We do have some other soft statements regarding podium height, if and where it's appropriate, things like that. I would like to see a statement in the conditions that we are looking, you know, that we would like to see housing incorporated into the overall site at some point. That may, in order to be in line with the spirit of the comprehensive plan for this area, versus, any it's not so much a requirement, perhaps, of our zoning, but I think in the spirit of the comp plan for this area, the anticipation was for some type of mixed development that included housing. So I don't think we should require it, definitely not, but I would like to see it be something that's considered as time goes on when the decisions are made regarding any final approvals, that it comes up as a factor to be considered.
So help me understand how you'd want to frame that, as a condition to our approval?
Well, that's pretty much what we have here is a list of conditions.
So
that
what is the condition that you want to add to address this?
I would like that, and in the future, that the city side of things at least weigh housing as the potential of housing as one of the factors that they consider. We have factors to consider with variances and with everything else. This is one of the things that goes on the list of things that should be discussed at that point in time. Just like podium height, if and when appropriate, well, that's pretty soft too. So if and when appropriate, we'd like to see housing go in.
Commissioner Carr.
I believe a condition of that nature might be too general in nature, and not sure how it would actually be enforceable. I mean, we're...
Enforce podium.
Yeah.
That's soft too.
That's just my initial reaction to that.
So do you have am I hearing another condition being
Yeah, I'd like
proposed?
to add a condition.
You're proposing a condition that housing be considered, but I don't understand
that
how
housing be incorporated if it's feasible in future development of the site, in order to actually have a mixed development site. That the developer works to have mixed uses as far as land use as we go forward. But there has to be, it can't be hard and fast. I understand that factor. But yet, I think it should be something that's discussed at the time each of these final development things come forward. Because this developer, that's their core competency, is managing more business and industrial sites. I mean, they have in-house that does the management of that. Now, in the developer statement, they made that very clear. They have all this experience in business real estate, but one of the partners does have some multifamily housing experience too. But basically, that's their business is not housing. That's not their primary thing. And I'm not saying it should be, but that does slant things as far as their perspective, and we should be aware of that. And that may not be a big priority in the future for them to investigate so much, but it could be a big draw too, as he said. I just think it should be something that is included in whatever goes forward from us.
So what if we included a condition that said something to the effect of that the applicant be encouraged to consider including housing in the development as future phases are approved? And here's what I'm thinking on that. I mean, in a sense, now that Carrie has told us that the resolution that gives preliminary plan approval could be people sitting up here 25 years from now reading that, saying, now, what is it that we had to... And so if it's nothing more than a footnote that says, look, they thought it was housing was important, it's a way of kind of footnoting it. I don't know whether...
Tie it to the comprehensive plan that's in force at the time, that land use at the time of final approval be compatible with the uses. I mean, it's kind of implied anyway, but we're being so soft on the housing part of mixed use that that's my only concern.
Well, we're not being soft on it. I mean, my view is if you're not prepared to if housing is important enough to you right now that you aren't prepared for the possibility that no housing will be on here, then you should vote against it.
How about just having it as worded just like 16 is, New buildings shall utilize the podium height concept as defined in the Edina Comprehensive Plan if and where appropriate, shall incorporate housing as defined or described in the comprehensive plan if and where appropriate.
Commissioner Schroeder.
Can I just offer one thing? We're basing a PUD as a zoning tool to create alignment with our comprehensive plan. Our comprehensive plan says office residential is the guided use here. And if you look at our approval is based on the following findings. First, the land uses are consistent with the comprehensive plan. Then it makes a statement that our comprehensive plan says office residential, which is seen as a transitional area with primary uses including offices, housing, and then it says vertical mixed uses are encouraged. The next thing says the proposal will create more efficient land use, and it goes on to say a mixture of land uses envisioned. We're already saying that by saying that this PUD is in alignment with our comprehensive plan. We're saying we want mixed uses. The developer's saying we're not sure we can deliver that, but he's willing to look at it, and our comprehensive plan and our rezoning to PUD is saying that we want the same thing. I think we already have it in here. We don't need to make it a condition.
I think there's a good argument for that, but then I don't know. I just think if it is an issue, let's mention it. I mean, podiums, all that stuff. I mean, all of those things are things that are mentioned in our comprehensive plan. But as we go through them all, we're listing some and not all, I guess. That's all.
Commissioner Platter.
Well, unless I missed something earlier, I mean, the condition was that this could be all commercial. We walk through that door. So that doesn't apply then. Or what am I missing? You can't have it both ways. Either you're allowing, maybe I missed it, but the way I understood it, once you say that, there's no requirement for residential on this site again. Nowhere. Am I missing something?
I think we said it's allowed but not required.
So are we already there still? I mean, as you said?
I
I agree with you.
I think it's a pretty clear question here. I mean, I hear two different questions. One is the application as it's made and as staff has drafted findings and conditions would permit a completely commercial office use on the property. So, Commissioner Platter, you are correct that as it stands, unless changed in some way, we would not be able to require housing at a later time. We could permit housing, but we can't require it. Now, the second question that seems to be coming up is there some way to leave a footnote for history that we'd like to see housing if we could get it, so that people sitting up here 20 years from now would recognize that we thought that was important. I don't know how critical that is. I suppose that, tying that to the comprehensive plan will be there whenever it's there, and people will be able to look at how this is guided.
But the comp plan guides, and this is saying we will allow, and I think that's a very good point that Commissioner Platter said. I mean, if we're going to allow the comp plan, well, like Commissioner Schroeder said, we're already there because we say that housing is part of mixed use. And that's what that's how the comp plan describes it. Here we're saying, no, we can go outside the comp plan if we need to. So just so we're clear on it, if that's what we want to do.
So let's get this question ironed out. I don't think that the comp plan says you have to have housing in this area. Am I wrong about that, Carrie?
You are not wrong.
Right. So the comp plan doesn't require us to have housing.
So, okay, then how do you view this, Commissioner Schroeder? Because I got a different...
Our comp plan doesn't say it has to be housing. It says it's encouraged. It says vertical mixed uses are encouraged. I don't know what mixes you would get in a...
mixed use, but then the previous statement that you said... Previous statement to vertical mixed use that you read implied different... It sounded more definitive.
I'm not sure what you would... If we're saying vertical mixed uses is envisioned, and the a mixture of land uses envisioned, and vertical mixed uses are encouraged, I don't know what you could mix up with commercial to get something else.
And what we were talking about was this kind of second issue of should we should we leave a note to history, if you will, that we'd like to see housing if it's possible? And I think what Commissioner Schroeder was responding to you with was passages in the findings that reference a comprehensive plan that do in fact say vertical mixed use is encouraged, and also says that primary uses include offices, housing, limited service uses, et cetera. So I think this threshold question of whether you're comfortable going forward with the possibility that housing won't be there is an important one for all of us to consider whenever we're going to vote on this. Commissioner Grable.
15 years from now, if housing is in high demand, regardless of what we say here today, the developer is going to want to put housing in there. Conversely, if 15 years from now there is no market for housing, and the Planning Commission decides it's going to require housing, then nothing's going to get developed on that parcel. It's really as simple as that.
That's why I said a statement that related to the comprehensive plan that's in effect at the time, because any zoning should be compatible with that particular comprehensive plan. But if we're going to mention podium height, why can't we just mention housing that be compatible with whatever's there at the time? If it's indeed an issue that's still a hot one, it was a hot one the first round with this. Maybe it's no longer a hot one.
Mike. Commissioner Platter.
Well, to that point though, we're a planning commission. We're supposed to plan what's here, not what the market may have at some point in time. I mean, isn't that our primary purpose as to what the city wants to have in an area? Not just what the market may determine?
If the market's not going to
Hang on, it's not going
to happen.
I guess so.
Okay. Commissioner Grable.
You can say we want to have X development on this parcel, but if the market's not going to require it, it's not going to happen. You can't divorce what we do at the Planning Commission to what's going on in the marketplace.
Commissioner Carr.
I'm comfortable leaving the zoning proposal the way it's currently drafted, which allows housing but does not require it. I'm comfortable with that. I do believe that the market forces will be a determining factor. And because we're dealing with such a large parcel here, it's difficult for us to dictate exactly what that mix might be. And ultimately, although we might encourage housing, the market will really be the primary factor, and I'm comfortable leaving that open-ended.
Commissioner Fisher.
So I'm trying to envision the number 25 years from now was used, and I was thinking, okay, I'm going to be a 75-year-old person living out there somewhere. I'm going to get really irritated because I've never watched a planning commission meeting on TV, but maybe then I'll be bored enough where I would do that, and I'll get really irritated because they're going to go, those knuckleheads.
But you'll have to wait till 10:30 at night.
But I started thinking about the scenario where, let's just say we're 25 years from now, this has been beautifully developed, we're moving to the east. And what if the city, the new planning commission really wanted residential and the developer, and it's a good point, they're today more experienced and doing more commercial than residential. But let's say the city did an independent housing market study that said there's great demand for housing because the Met Council was miraculously correct and we're heading to 70,000 people and we need unbelievable amounts of housing. And somehow there was an equal demand for office. What would that Planning Commission want to have happen? Would we be in a position 25 years from now with that market study in our hands? Would we have the ability to say, based on everything we approved 25 years ago, we think you should have some housing here? That's kind of the question. And would we limit ourselves by approving this tonight from making that argument 25 years from now? And I started thinking about it's that that independent market study or whatever. I actually agree completely with Commissioner Grable that I believe A good developer that knows what their partner, the public partner, wants is going to try and deliver on that if the market allows it. But I don't know. I mean, if it made people feel more comfortable, is there some scenario where you just say, you know, it's based on some independent market study? I just think they're going to do it, though. I just believe that.
Commissioner Schroeder.
I think there's one more factor to consider here. If we move forward through this and we get to a point where the city really wants to have, where we as a body or the city council really wants to have housing, and the developer's saying we can't make it work, it's because there's a financial gap, and that's where we step in. It's just like how we want 77th Street to be better. We step in with some of the tools that we have to make it happen. If we get to a point down the road where we really need to have housing, it's not going to be just up to this body. It's going to be up to somebody else, some other body potentially, because there's going to be a financial gap that has to be dealt with.
I would be happy to entertain a motion if somebody is, if we're talked out and ready to move forward.
You're just saying he's probably going to be the chair.
Before this meeting is over, maybe.
Commissioner Grable.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we recommend that the City Council approve the preliminary rezoning from MDD 6 mixed development to PUD Plan Unit Development District and an overall development plan for the subject property based on the findings on pages 12 and 13 and subject to the conditions found on pages 13 through 15 of the staff report.
Second.
Further discussion. Commissioner Schroeder.
I want to look at some of the conditions and just ask questions about how we determine if they're actually meeting these things. Condition 7 says final development plans must create a recreational system that promotes walking, health, and wellness. Number 20 says public art should be incorporated in the development. So if they have a painting on the wall of one building, are they meeting the public art requirement? If they have a sidewalk that they're saying they're going to put in on 77th Street, is that meeting the recreational system that promotes walking, health, and wellness? I'm just wondering if there are other metrics we should be pushing towards that move us in that direction, or if these broad and kind of general statements are the right place to be at this point.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Grable.
Seems to me these conditions offer the Planning Commission and the City Council at the time the opportunity to negotiate those things with the developer. The developer comes in and says, well, for the public multimodal transportation, we got a bike rack we're going to put at the corner of Computer Drive and 77th Street. And the City Council says, no, you've got to do something different. And someplace in between, for the developer to get the approval from the council and from the commission, they come to some accommodation. I'm not sure. It seems to me that that's how that would work.
Well, that's what I want to make sure of. I mean, we're setting out some. I mean, it's a as the developer said, it's $500 million development. Right now, we don't know what that $5 million accommodates in terms of some of these other things that we want as a community in granting a PUD. We're expecting things in return, and if those things can be defined, negotiated, so to speak, later, I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure that we're not missing an important metric at this stage of at this stage of our approval process. And to be fair, I don't know that we would have enough time in this meeting to actually define what those metrics might be.
Thank you.
And I guess I initially started out thinking we had to really detail out the conditions to protect ourselves. But I've actually come full circle around to, if we identify categories, I think the goal is to reserve for ourselves the right to drill into that using the PUD concepts at final plan. What I don't want to do is kind of concede a point. And that's why I actually think some of these numbers work against us, because we've kind of given up the opportunity, for instance, to do the Parkway and Green Streets prior to 80 to 85%, or the 77th Street prior to 100,000 square feet. I just don't know whether those are the right numbers or not, and I'm hoping I'll know more at the final plan.
So if I can just summarize what Commissioner Grable was saying, and I think, Chair, what you're saying. When we say final development plans must create a recreational system that promotes walking, health, and fitness, the developer steps forward some months from now and says, here's our plan for doing that, and we say, no, it doesn't, we vote no, they're done.
And I
It's
think
as
we
simple
can
as
do
that.
that. Yeah. I think that's still in play for a decision, as opposed to the housing issue, which we've talked about, which wouldn't be in play. So I don't know if the mover would be amenable to taking out the numbers that are in items 5 and 6.
Mr. Chair, can I offer something on that? Because
Sure.
I'm wondering if we shouldn't be framing those two things, items 5 and 6, in relation to the TIF plan. And so we might take 5 and 6 and substitute language that might suggest 77th Street, the Parkway and Green Streets or living streets shall be implemented in alignment with the TIF plan and a development agreement between the city and the developer.
Is that amenable to the mover?
Couldn't have said it better myself.
And the seconder? I can't remember who the seconder was.
Oh, yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Any other suggested amendments to the motion? All right, then I'm going to call for a vote, and Jackie, let's do a roll call on this.
Aye.
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 Aye. All right, thank you very much. It was a long agenda item, but it's a big project, so we appreciate your patience, and for those who contributed from the public, thank you as well. Next item on the agenda is our tree preservation ordinance. It is another public hearing. Carrie, are you going to introduce this item?
I will. Thank you, Chair, members of the Commission. As you know, we've been working on this over the last, several weeks and months. So the ordinance before you was a result of that work, and I'll just summarize what's in the ordinance, and then we can have any follow-up questions and open up the public hearing. So this ordinance applies to all demolition permits, building permit applications for structural additions, building permits for accessory structures, including a garage, deck, or pool. All such permits are required to include a certified tree inventory plan indicating where protected trees are located, their species, caliber, and approximate height, canopy width. The plan needs to show how the protected trees would be preserved and protected during construction. The plan must show that any protected trees that are proposed to be removed, the species size and location of the replacement trees. Trees that are protected under this ordinance include birch, balsam fir, black walnut, buckeye, cedar, elm, hemlock, hickory, ironwood, linden, locust, maple, except silver maple, Norway pine, oak, spruce, and white pine varieties. So any healthy protected tree that's removed within a building pad or a 10-foot radius of the building pad or within a driveway or parking area needs to be replaced on a 1-to-1 ratio. Any healthy protected tree that's removed as part of the demolition permit, building permit, or permit for accessory structure outside of that building pad or within the driveway or parking area need to be replaced on a 2-for-1 basis. And protected trees to remain must be protected during construction, and that staff is required to monitor the construction projects with protected trees and or replacement trees to ensure that they're properly established for 3 years. So the ordinance before you would add an expense to the building permit application in order to create that new that certified tree inventory. So it's a bit of an expense there. And then staff does have some concerns, as we've expressed before, in regard to staffing and enforcement of this ordinance to make sure that gets its proper due. Currently, the city forester is a part-time position, so there may be some issues there that we would have to wrestle with. So.
Thanks, Kerry. Commissioner Platter, anything to add? Questions for Planner Teague? Commissioner Potts.
Planner Teague, and maybe this is a question for Commissioners Carr and Platter as well, is can you explain to what degree tree preservation is connected to the new drainage or considered separately from it? For instance, if trees are on a slope, is that part of the drainage calculation that's submitted?
I'm not aware of that. I don't think that was considered directly when this was put together as independent of the drainage calculations.
And those,
of course, acknowledging that it would help drainage if they were still there, but we didn't get into those details.
But so the tree protection plan might be submitted on a totally separate document than grading and drainage, for instance?
Yes, it could be, unless proposing something to combine them.
Okay. Although, I mean, I guess just to point out, in reality, they're interrelated, or in practice, so to speak.
Yeah, agreed. It's a good point. It didn't come up previously.
Commissioner Carr.
It's related in that if you look at the purpose, which is on the first page, we do say that, by having a tree ordinance that's going to help protect the environment, manage erosion and stormwater by stabilizing soils. So there's a recognition that it contributes to those efforts. It's not directly tied into a erosion plan.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Scherer.
I read the comments that were submitted by several builders with regard to the proposal, and there were a couple of questions that I thought would bear a little bit of discussion. One of the builders suggested that other areas that need to allow protected trees to be removed would include areas planned for patios or areas where the tree is in the way of proposed gas, sewer, water, electrical, or the utilities. I thought that was an interesting comment that I'm not aware of whether we addressed that at all in any way. Another builder asked the question, and I don't know what the answer would be. What do we have any idea what the cost is of requiring a certified tree inventory, and who does the certifying? Who's the valid certifier? The third sort of interesting question to me was, if a homeowner moves a tree under the paragraph that allows that, and the tree doesn't subsequently survive, will people be policing this, or how will the enforcement be paid for or dealt with? Those are legitimate questions to me, I think, those three.
Kerry, you got any responses to each of those?
In terms of the enforcement, it would be if something were to die, it would be in violation of the zoning ordinance, so we'd seek compliance and ask for trees to be replanted in that instance.
And is the forester going to be the enforcer?
Well, that's to be determined. Like I say, the forester is a part-time position.
Right.
So we do have some concerns about staffing this. With 120 tear-down rebuilds last year, if you play that out 3 years, say that's 300 plus active permits, plus all the additions, could double that. We could have 600 active sites that we need to monitor.
Exactly.
That's going to take a lot of staff time.
All right, and who do we deem as a correct certifier of tree inventories?
I think we're envisioning that just to be a surveyor who's done that survey work. They're certifying that that's the accurate tree that's on that site.
Do you have any idea what the cost would be?
I really don't know what that might be.
Okay. And then the final question, I guess, would be for all of us up here. Should we add something that talks about patios or utilities or other areas of the property on which we would allow the removal of a tree, as opposed to the building pad and the perimeter right around it, or in addition to the building pad and the perimeter right around it?
Okay, let's hold that thought for a minute. It is a public hearing, and so what I'd like to do is open the public hearing and invite anyone who would like to comment on this ordinance to come forward, state your name and address, and share your thoughts. Sorry to keep you waiting so long.
Business of the Commission.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is John Crabtree, owner and resident at 5408 Oak Lawn Avenue.
Welcome, Mr. Crabtree.
Thank you. First thing I want to say, I would actually agree with quite a number of the points here made by, I think it was Mr. Scott Busen of Wooddale Avenue. I thought he made some very good points. Then I really want to go on to some specific points. I started to think about how many good-sized mature trees could my lot for my house actually sustain. I live on a standard city-sized suburban lot, 60 feet wide by 135 feet deep. If you take some examples, there's a house diagonally behind me which is being rebuilt right now. Obviously, there's space in the front yard where you could put trees, obviously, recognizing as well that there could be a driveway. I wouldn't personally want to put a big mature tree over the top of my sewer pipe. Not sure I'd really want to do the same thing over the top of a gas main, although there may be some choice as to where that's put. So I think maybe I could get one large oak tree in my front yard. And then what about the backyard? I mean, you can do nothing to the sides because typically these new teardowns are being built very close to the property line. And then at the back, in the house diagonally behind me, there's 35 feet from the back of the house to the property line. Recognizing as well, you've probably got utilities across the back of the property line as well. And if your tree grows too close to them, utility likes to come and cut them. So maybe I could get one large oak tree in the back. So I sort of started to think, could this ordinance almost mean that you're being asked to put back more trees than the property could really sustain? And I'd like you to think about that question, please. Like also just to sort of, the thought did really cross my mind to pick up the comment made by Planner Teague. What does enforcement really mean in this? You don't put back the right number of trees. Well, okay, you're in compliance, you're not in compliance with the zoning laws. But what does that mean? What do you do? And then if the homeowner doesn't put back trees or they die, where does the rubber hit the road? Are there penalties for this? What's the whole process? I would love as a resident to know that, please. And this whole proposal right now, my final point, really relates very much to the redevelopment of a property. So, what are the other consequences of that? If I sell my house, am I going to start gently trimming back the tree count before I even attempt to sell it? Something that you need to think about too. What might be the unintended consequences of this proposal which is sitting before you tonight? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crabtree. Other comments? It's your chance after almost 4 hours. Thank you for your patience. Seeing no further comments, I would take a motion to close the public hearing. And a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. All right, so the public hearing is closed. So Commissioner Scheer raised a question before we opened the public hearing, and then Mr. Crabtree has raised kind of what I could hear kind of three questions. One, could the consequence of this be to require more tree planting on a property than it really can bear? Two, how is it going to be enforced? And three, is the fact that this only applies to redevelopment or construction work mean that there'll be some incentives for people who are about to sell their house and know that it might be torn down to take some actions that are not consistent with the spirit? And then, Commissioner Scheer, forgive my brain, I can't remember the issue that you wanted us to talk about.
Legitimately removed, like
the patio
patios,
and,
utility easement, that sort of thing.
Okay. Comments on those questions?
Chair Stone.
Commissioner
I just
Fisher.
wanted to, I think Mr. Crabtree's point in combination with, I think it was Mr. Buson's letter, is kind of an interesting take, because what the contractors, both contractors think we're sort of saying is, it's their incentive from a cost perspective to save the trees, not take them down, because it's expensive to take down trees. And if you have a homeowner that's contemplating selling the house, and they just make uninformed decision and think, maybe I'm better off under the ordinance getting rid of these trees, we really could have a negative. I think it's worth talking through that piece, but the two in combination really kind of make a fairly valid point.
Commissioner Platter.
So maybe let me address a couple of those. So item 9 says if they're removed within 1 year prior to the date of development, that's still subject to these requirements. So that was the intent of
Dealing with this situation where you don't want the purchaser to come in and say, we'll buy the property, but the price is contingent on you clear cutting the property before the transaction. Okay.
That was established in there. As far as the penalties, we wanted to put penalties in here, but the city took them out. So on the enforcement side, I guess that's, if anything else along with the city enforcing zoning or drain water or everything else would be a similar concept for that. Really, that's a question to them. What were the other questions here?
Right. Should there be places on the property, going to Mr. Crabtree's point about, your utility company coming in and carving the V into your trees in the back?
I would say that many times you can work with the utility company to where the utility lines can go. I mean, the issue here is just somebody actually looking at it, or they just come in and tearing stuff down and moving on without actual thinking about what's out there. And yeah, most lots right now that I've seen, they come in and clear cut everything. My neighborhood, they cut 6-8 mature trees down, and they're all gone when they redo the development. So I think in one of the letters it said, well, we save our trees, but I don't see anyone saving trees in my neighborhood. I mean, the house next to me, and you have a letter from one of the people that wrote it in, dated the house. They cut down 6 to 8 black walnut trees near the house, around the house, everywhere. Cut them all down. I don't know what the new homeowner said. It was a spec build, I believe. I don't know, but that they're cutting them all down because it's easier for them. And really, many times the new homeowner doesn't even know they might have been there. So this is meant to help those situations from the neighborhood standpoint, and to and look at, hey, what are we doing to our neighborhoods here? I mean, people are moving in these neighborhoods because of the tree-lined streets. Where these houses are coming in now, there's huge open canopies that are coming down. They're coming in and they're cutting. I mean, you have 2, 3, 4 in a row. All the trees are gone in those anymore. So whether they can support them or not, they did support them at one time, because when someone wanted to construct a building there, they tore them down because it's easier to construct that building, with no regard to what that was going on there. So that's why this ordinance is coming up, and those are the reasonings for it. There may be things in here that need to be adjusted. I get that. But that's really why it's there, is because people are literally tearing down all the trees in Edina right now when they do a house. There's my 2 cents.
Other comments? Commissioner Schroeder.
I'm going to bring this up again because I have the last 2 times we've looked at it. We say in our purpose, it's to preserve and grow Edina's tree canopy, protect and enhance property values by conserving and adding distinctive and unique aesthetic character of Edina's tree population. And we define protected trees and removed trees, but I think both contribute to the aesthetic character, the aesthetics of Edina's neighborhoods, and both contribute to the tree canopy. And I think what we should be doing is on number 7, we indicate removable trees may be removed for any development or building permit without replacement. And I think that's probably fine when you have a small tree that's not contributing significantly to either aesthetics or tree canopy. But when you have a larger tree, it is, even if it's a removable tree under the definition, even if it's a cottonwood or a silver maple. And I'm wondering if we can change this to say that removable trees less than 5-inch caliper or some specified caliper dimension may be removed for any development or building permit without replacement. And then add another statement that says removable trees greater than 5 inches or whatever dimension we want to put to it shall be replaced with one tree or at a ratio of 1 to 1. So that we're at least doing what we intended to do with a tree preservation ordinance, is preserving trees of any kind.
I would agree with that.
Commissioner Platter? Yep. Okay. Other comments? Commissioner Forrest?
I'm just concerned about who does the monitoring. If it's, you have to be reported by your neighbor, then you're putting neighbor against neighbor. And then also the, who's going to, is this the burden on the city forester of determining where on public property these excess trees can be planted when you remove a tree and you can't replace it on your own property or choose not to, that it should be on public land? Is that anticipated to be much of a burden? I know the one thing about the 5-inch caliper, and I agree, I have no trouble with replacing, but I know that when we moved onto our property, we took out a lot of large caliper box elders, buckthorn all along property lines, and it's so that it would. I wonder how many situations would be where there would be people needing to replace them other than on their own land.
Commissioner Schroeder.
If someone's removing buckthorn and they don't want to replace them at the same rate, there's a process we have, because this is an ordinance, they can apply for variance to not replace removed 5-inch buckthorns at a 1-to-1 ratio. I mean, it's the same as any other process we will go through.
Could we, regarding the buckthorn thing, I'm thinking I'd like to cut people slack on anything that's a species that's, what's the word I'm looking for? Invasive species as determined by the state. We can make, an exception that they don't have to cut them a break, so we encourage them to remove invasive species.
We could, Mr. Chair, we could add to the definition of removable tree. Right now it says any tree not defined as a protected tree. We could expand that to say, or any tree identified as an invasive species by the state of Minnesota. I think it's through the DNR.
Commissioner Platter.
I just wanted people's thoughts on, one of the things in here is actually moving some trees, and I don't know what's people's thoughts on, I think it says anything under, is it 4 or 5 inches to try and move? I just curious on people's thoughts on that. There was some concern on a letter that was sent in. And I've been I'm not sure in that one myself.
Commissioner Schroeder.
Mr. Chair, I can offer some insights about that. A 5-inch tree is relatively easy to move, provided there's access to that tree. And as if you were to talk to a tree mover, one of the parameters they would suggest is to look at an appropriately sized tree spade to actually move the tree. I moved a very large tree onto my front lawn, and at the time of moving it, it was probably 8 inches. It was rescued from one of my projects and brought to my front yard, and it survived for probably a dozen years. So but it's in a location that's extremely accessible. It's easy for me to get it out of the location it was in and to put it back into a location where I was sure it was going to grow.
So you mean if it's in a severely wooded, densely wooded part of a property where there's all kinds of trees around it and you can't get at it with the spade, then it's going to be a lot harder to move.
It's going to be difficult or impossible.
All right.
Or if we haven't left enough room in our side yards to get through.
Right. Still a sense of humor. Is that something could we leave something like that to the judgment of the forester in terms of accessibility? If in the judgment of the forester it's accessible, or some language to that effect? Any other discussion? Commissioner Forrest.
This is, well, one thing, we have a hard and fast trigger, and that's pulling a building permit. I think they made some good points regarding what about everybody else who decides, I'm going to buy a house and just cut down all the mature protected trees and, to put a garden in or whatever. I can see that concern. I also see that when you look at the overall purposes, I think that's a consideration, but when you look at what triggered this, partly was because of the clear cutting for building sites, then it's logical. So I don't really have a problem with that, but I thought it was a good point. Maybe somebody else would like to address. But then also, as we go forward with this, it would be nice to see perhaps the Energy and Environment Commission, somebody initiate or go through some type of education initiative for the public, because this is very new, and so they understand what and why things are going on, and perhaps even regarding, you can spend a lot of money and have a large tree spaded in, and then find out a year or two later that it has girdling roots, so you're going to have to spend another $500 getting it all fixed. So, just general education about tree health and care might be something in the long term if we're really concerned about protecting our city canopy.
Commissioner Grable.
I'm kind of blowing hot and cold on this thing. I'm sensitive to what Andy Porter and Scott Busen have written in here. If in fact the problem is because a few builders are coming in and clear cutting a site so they can tear down a house and rebuild it, then maybe we ought to fashion this ordinance to tackle that specific situation, instead of trying to be kind of halfway and not cover all lots in the city. I'm just, I think they're right. Why not, if we're going to do this right, why not require all homeowners to get the permits before they take down a tree? And if we were really serious about buckthorn, why not have an ordinance that says you got to take out all your buckthorn, and if you don't, the city will come in and do it and charge you your real estate taxes for it, or something like that. I just, I appreciate what you said about what's going on up in Morningside, but by the same token, are we working on a half measure and not really addressing the very specific problem?
I actually think that the notion of tackling this just in a construction context is a good first step, and that I think Commissioner Platter and Commissioner Carr identified the ways that the kind of bad incentives can be addressed. But I think we've got enough enforcement questions without tackling properties where there's nothing going on. This at least gets tied to a building permit, and there's some kind of regular city presence on a site once you've got a building permit, and you have to get that building permit approved. And it strikes me as a pretty well calibrated first crack at it. Commissioner Platter.
A little bit to that, there are some tree ordinances that require any time you have to have approval of the city to trim your tree. And by no means did we want it, or at least I didn't want to go there for those pieces. So part of it is, where do you stop, right? So if you're going after everything, is it trimming trees? Is it that? And that's a huge can of worms I don't think we were ready to go for. So this was intended to Commissioner, or the Chair Staunton's point, is to go after the particular things that triggered by something else, being the building permit or something like that, versus your homeowner that's doing whatever they do. Maybe someday that goes there. I don't know if it was today. That was how we kind of approached this.
The other thing I think that happens in the building situation that doesn't happen in the home ownership situation is you can sometimes have a disconnect. So you've got somebody who's purchased the property but isn't going to live on the property, and so, as you talked about earlier, new homeowner might not even know that there was a whole bunch of nice trees on the lot before they bought the house. Other comments, discussion, or suggestions about how to proceed? We could, there's been some suggestions for revisions here. We could ask Carrie to make those revisions, bring these back to us at our next meeting. We could continue the public hearing till that time, or not continue the public hearing. Or we could, if we've got a good enough handle on the amendments we want to make, we could do those now. What's the commission's pleasure? Commissioner Carr.
I think we should have Carrie make some revisions based on the conversations today and then come back to us again so we can take a look at those. Because I think there's enough changes and there's some good comments that came up today that we didn't consider when we drafted it that we should take into account, but it requires some thought. So I think we should see the revisions in writing before we
sounds like a
approve
motion.
those. That is a motion.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, further discussion. Commissioner Forrest.
I'd also like to whatever extent you can, if you can get any more information about enforcement and potential costs to that, and possibly an estimated potential cost to the builders or remodelers for the permitting process requiring that tree survey. So any information you can get regarding staffing, enforcement, that'd be great.
Further discussion? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. And if you have, well, hopefully Carrie's been taking notes. If you made some comments or if you have some notes, pass those along to Carrie. I know I made a few notes on mine. I'll pass those along to Carrie. All right, so next on the agenda is correspondence and petitions. There is a council update and an attendance sheet. The council update is a memo from City Manager Neal that kind of summarizes recent activities for your information. And then next up is Chair and Commission member comments. Let me lead off by reminding folks that we do have a March 22, Saturday, March 22, from 9 to 11 a.m. at the Senior Center work session with the City Attorney. I think it'll be a really valuable opportunity to ask a variety of questions. If there are things in particular that you're going to want him to address, please send Carrie an email. I have outlined a number of points that I've tried to gather from our previous discussions to send to the City Attorney so that he'll be well prepared for our questions. As someone who sits in his chair from time to time, I know that it's a lot easier to get a good answer when you know what question's coming. So, and then the other item of business is we have a couple of members who are leaving us tonight. I will not belabor a goodbye to Commissioner Fisher since this is his second go-around, except to say that it is truly a community service-oriented person who will jump back in just months after he was done to fill in a term. And so thank you, Mike, for your terrific work. But I would like to take a minute to thank Commissioner Grable for his work. I was telling him earlier this evening that, oftentimes when you start a new job or you go to a new school or you go someplace and people who are there, you just have this natural assumption that they've been there for a long, long time before you got there. And with Commissioner Grable, even though I only followed him by 1 year, it was especially true. And in part because he always sounded so certain of everything that he said. and I think that that is what I will miss most, is your voice of certainty. There is one particular project that I remember. It was a project over in the Southdale area related to the YMCA. And they had come in with an affordable housing proposal. And I remember at the time I was running for office, I was dog-tired. I was tired of controversy of any kind. And there were a bunch of people who came in, and they were talking a lot about fears of crime escalating if we put affordable housing in that neighborhood. And it was very contentious, and everybody was wringing their hands and wondering how we were going to deal with this. And Commissioner Grable, in only the way that he can, said, this is nonsense. Are we going to do affordable housing, or aren't we going to do affordable housing? It's in our comprehensive plan. We say we're going to do it. Here's an opportunity to do it. Why aren't we doing it? And I remember that fondly, Floyd, and that is just an example of one of many times when, even if we disagreed, your passion for the points that you made was a terrific part of making us who we are, and I will miss it dearly. And I assume we may even see you out here making the points with equal passion from time to time. So my thanks to you, and we'll soldier on as best we can without you.
Well, thank you for those comments. The thing I'm remembering is the night I was chairing the meeting, I couldn't remember anybody's name. One of those things. I do want to say a couple things. One, I've been on the commission now 9 years, and it has truly been an honor and a privilege for me to serve on this body. What has impressed me most about my time on the Planning Commission has been the quality of the people that I've worked with on the commission. Honest to gosh, the city of Edina is blessed to have such a cadre of qualified people who are interested in serving on public boards, not just the Planning Commission, but all of them. And this group is no exception to that. Dedicated to the task, respect for the law, willing to consider the issues and make decisions based on, not on personal preference or anything like that, but what really you think is in the best interest of the community. We sometimes do disagree, but unlike some public bodies that get rather obnoxious about it, we can disagree but still be friends, and I think that's a quality that is missing in a lot of public bodies today, and I'm very thankful that we are able to express our opinions and have differences of opinions, but still be good friends and still have respect for each other. You know, I want to thank the City Council for letting me serve in this role. I want to thank the staff for the work that they've done. Jackie and Jordan and Carrie and Chris have all been pleasures to work with. I thank you for your support during my 2 years as chair. That has been experience. I'll tell you, for those moving up in the ranks, it's a lot harder than it looks. And Kevin makes it look really easy, but trust me, it is work. But again, thanks to the city for allowing me to serve, and thank you for all the grace that you've been in my life these last 9 years. Thank you.
Well done. Any other commission member comments? Hard act to follow. Carrie, anything from the staff? All right. So I would entertain a motion. I think, Commissioner Fisher, this is your last opportunity to make a motion to adjourn. We'll have 2 new victims at the next meeting to make the motion.
For adjournment.
And a second. Oh, did you, Commissioner, wait, we've had an interruption before the motion. Commissioner Platter.
You ruined my last motion.
Stepping on your touchdown dance.
Yeah. Real quick comment. So as Karen was in here earlier talking about the small area plan, hopefully we're back next meeting, which is, I believe, March 12th, with at least a little preview of that.
Very good.
And the work plan, the potential work plan for that charter to come back and talk through that and present it real quickly for
the Valley View Wooddale.
For the Valley View Wooddale.
Very good.
Ultimately, we'll have to take the council on things, but ideally, we're going to put together a path that hopefully can get there done by the end of 2014, at least, back for the comments back here. So I decided to bring that up.
Very good.
And hopefully something next month on that.
Thank you for the update.
I'm
Sorry-
just
sorry,
going to
Commissioner
say, that I'm
Fisher.
going to be very upset if you finish that whole small area plan before we get a request for developers out on Grandview.
I will.
They're gonna lap us.
I will bet a lot of money.
I'm watching you.
I bet a lot of money on that.
You might.
All right, I make
All
a
right,
motion for
now-
adjournment.
And a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you and good night.